Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for July 12th, 2022. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Our first case is on page 11. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22040446. Case address 1225 Northwest 17th Avenue. Owners, Jamor Nunez, Moya Aristides, and Geronimo Luis, and all others. Property posted June 17th, 2022. Posted at City Hall, June 28th, 2022.
Do you swear to truthfully translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do. Julio Davila, co-compliance supervisor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 22040446.
I'm sorry. I need some more volume or, there we go. Good.
Testing. Okay.
Better. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 22040446 for the property located at 1225 Northwest 17th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on April 12th of 2022 and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to the swale and right-of-way area. 9-304B has complied. Courtesy notice was issued and mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA via first-class mail on April 28th of 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with both property owners, a representative, and today we have the son and both sons of the property owners as well with us. Special magistrate request form has been sent on May 17th of 2022 for today's scheduled special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 7th, and the pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following, Your Honor: 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $25 for the violation that exists.
Okay.
Photos are submitted into evidence, and the owners are here with us today.
All right. Who's going to speak on behalf of the owner?
Well, I'll be translating for them, but I'll get their names.
Okay.
Romer Moya?
Okay. He needs to speak into the microphone.
Homer Moya.
All right. Okay.
Luis Moya.
Okay. All right. Do you understand what the gentleman said?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you want to add or any disagreement?
They're in agreement with the 35 days.
All right. Very good. For the record, I find the violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 41.
I'm sorry, page
41. Case number CE 17121300. Case address 2631 Southwest 12th Terrace. Owner Beth Brooks, Tammy Brooks, and all others. Inspector Darren Emmons, Inspector Marco Aguilera presenting. This case was first heard on June 7, 2018 to comply by September 6, 2018. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. $19,700 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue. This is a request for an extension. Also on page 41 is case number CE 18070838. Case address 2631 Southwest 12th Terrace. Owners Beth Brooks, Beth Brooks, Tammy Brooks, and all others. This case was first heard on November 15, 2018 to comply by February 14, 2019. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. $22,650 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue, but the homeowner would like to request an extension.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting CE 17121-300 for property located at 2631 Southwest 12th Terrace. This case was previously brought before the magistrate on 2/24/22, where Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 63-day extension. A reinspection on 7/11/22 shows the property remains in violation of 9-308A. There are multiple broken missing roof tiles, roof is not in good repair, and is not weather or watertight. For the record, this is this property's 13th hearing, and the violations continue to remain. This property has been granted extension after extension over a period of 6 years. At this time, the city is requesting to not grant an extension and for fines to continue to accrue as previously ordered. The property has also been submitted to the building department to be deemed as an unsafe structure. That is all on the city's behalf.
All right. Okay, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Beth Brooks.
All right. This case goes back to 2018.
Yes, sir. This is a Hurricane Irma situation, and it's under Rebuilding Florida. The contractor's been assigned. He's applied for the permits to demo the building and build a new structure. So it takes time.
What are you gonna do with this structure?
They're gonna demolition the one that's there and build a new home,
All right.
but it takes time.
When is that gonna happen?
Okay, as soon as possible. They've got the permits applied for.
If you
I'm sorry.
slip your mask down, just
Okay.
go ahead.
They applied for the permits to demo the building
Permit to do what?
all the permits to demo the building and rebuild one on May 25th of 2020. They're making some corrections. They should be getting some permits, and it's in the process of going. I just,
The demolition permit was issued in 2020?
was applied for May 25th, 2020.
Okay.
And also the permits
Has
to
it
build.
been issued?
Has not been issued yet. They have to make some changes to get the permit. That's in the works. The construction company is Westerfield Construction. The guy in charge is Brendan Bay. Like I said, it's a Rebuilding Florida project. It's in the works. They told me these things take time. Quintero and also Mr. Emmons have been in contact with Rebuilding Florida. They're aware of this. I mean, I'm not just,
My understanding is that a
Okay.
demo permit was one of the easiest things to get and zips right through the
Well-
process.
And sir, just for the record, the residential demolition permit was applied for on the 25th of May. Since the 31st, they have been awaiting the client's reply for corrections.
Of
So
this,
she
of
has-
this year, Inspector? Or
Yes, of this year, 22.
the clients or the construction,
Well, on someone on your behalf, the city has been waiting since the
Right.
31st of May for corrections and nothing has been submitted since.
well,
Yeah, Miss-
So, yeah, for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. So just so the record's clear, the permit was applied for in May 2022, according to what the inspector said. And the city has reviewed it. It requires corrections, and it's been waiting a client pickup, which is either the property owner or her representative, for about 6 weeks.
Okay.
So it would be the city's position, Your Honor, as the inspector said, that we would impose the fines, and then once the property owner comes into compliance, we can address the fines
All
just
right.
based upon the length of time.
Multiple extensions have been granted in the past. This is a very old case.
but Your Honor, it is a hurricane situation, and I'm a disabled widow, so and it is under
Okay.
Rebuilding Florida.
Ma'am, I tell you, you've got substantial fines.
I know, but Rebuilding
But-
Florida
and-
has been in touch with you, and they said they told me that, they're taking care
Okay.
of everything, and
Right,
so
We're
did
going to
the
address
contractor.
those fines once you come into compliance.
Right.
Okay, but I'm going to deny your request for extension. This thing's gone on too long.
Okay, well then, I guess Rebuilding Florida will be in touch with code and whatever,
You've got to work with the city and give them the
Right.
information they need.
Right.
And get the permit issued and get the property demolished. That takes care of the problem.
Okay,
Then you can come back and we'll talk about reducing the liens or the fines, but that's later.
okay,
Come into compliance first.
okay. I'm doing the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and so for the record, I find that that the fines be imposed and continue to accrue. Request for extension denied. Okay, good. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 44. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22020277, case address 1224 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Suzanne Lammy. This case was first heard on 4/12/22 to comply by 6/14/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $2,700 has accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Fort Lauderdale Court Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22020277, property address 1224 Northwest 6th Ave. This property was first heard on April 12, 2022, given 63 days to comply for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swell. 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. The roof is staying not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. Due to noncompliance on June 7, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. As of now, there aren't any permits on file. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation status is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. I did get a chance to speak to the property owner, and she, in the first hearing, she had to get a permit to repair a post on the property, and come to find out she had multiple contractors, and now she found out she has to do a whole roof. So she's going to tell the reason why the permit's not on file.
All right. Okay, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name.
Morning, Suzanne Lammy.
All right, you're requesting an extension. Tell me what, I see you've made progress in that 4 of the 6 violations have been corrected. That's good. You got 2 more.
Okay,
Tell me what you're doing to correct the remaining 2.
First contractor that came in, he never did get a permit, and I've contracted with 2 other people.
Speak
I'm sorry.
right into the microphone.
Sorry. I've been in contact with 2 other companies, and they said, I don't need repairs, I need a full new roof. So I'm working on getting a brand-new roof.
Okay.
So I'll submit a permit probably in the next few weeks or so.
You don't have a contract to do the work. I mean,
Not to
hang
do the
on,
repairs, I need a new roof.
the landscaping, why
It's
is
fixed.
that a problem?
I got new sod on Sunday, so the landscaping is okay now.
Okay, you're going to get that taken care of?
Yes, sir.
All right, within what time frame?
The
Within,
roofing or the sod?
I'm sorry?
Which, the roofing or the
Within
sod?
3 days, within 30 days?
Which, the sodding, or you talking about the roof?
The landscaping.
Or the landscaping is already done?
You think that's, you say that's already done?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I'll go there today to
Re-inspect.
find out.
Okay, on the roof, tell me again what you've done to get the roof
According
repaired?
to 2-3.
You have a contract with a roofer,
Yes, I need a new roof.
okay?
So they're gonna
Do
submit a
you have a
permit
contract with
Got
a
it, within-
roofer to do the work?
within the next probably few weeks. I'll submit a permit.
All right, okay. Okay,
Judge, it's the city's agreeing with the extension of 28 days to put a permit in for a contractor for the roof. And if that's done, then we can come back to, if she needs another extension for the job. But the permit has to be on file, so if she's able to do it in 28 days, the city's okay with that.
Yes, sir.
okay,
agree.
I'm gonna, grant a 28-day extension with a mandatory reappearance on August 9th, 2022.
Okay, fine.
All
Thank you,
right.
sir.
And bring in all your paperwork with the contract, et cetera,
Okay,
roofing contract. Good.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next case is on page 41, Senior Inspector Gail Williams.
2-1.
Our next case is on page 41,
21, got it.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 22020401, case address 2590 Northwest 19th Street, owners Richard and Janice Yergin. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 6/7/22. One section complied at $100 per day, $600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22020401, address 2590 Northwest 19th Street. This case was first heard on May 10th, 2022. Special Magistrate Purdy cited for the city for violation of 47-19.1.c. The violation has complied as of June 14th, 2022. Just for the record, I have been in contact with Mr. Yergin over previous months in reference to him trying to and also removing all the vehicles and trailers that were on his lot. With that, the city doesn't oppose of issuing or giving the administrative cost of $442.
All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Richard Yergin.
All right, do you understand what this lady said?
Yes, I do.
All right, we're waiving the fine and imposing administrative costs $442.
I don't oppose it.
I'm sorry?
I do not oppose what she's indicated.
Okay.
I agree with her. I will,
All right, very good. Thank you. $442 administrative cost.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 42, Inspector Malayka Murray, case number CE 21090800, case address 1811 Northeast 56th Street, owner Daniel Anthony Laurie Revocable Trust, Daniel Anthony Laurie Trustee. This case was first heard on 2/8/22 to comply by 4/12/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fines due to start July 13, 2022. And this was in order to reappear.
Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, case number CE 210-90800 for the case address of 1811 Northeast 56th Street. This case once again came before the Special Magistrate on February the 8th, 2022, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations, again, were first cited on October the 1st, 2021. A total of 10 re-inspections were made at the property. During our previous hearing on April the 12th, 2022, the Special Magistrate provided a 91-day extension that you granted to allow the owner to bring this violation into compliance, and we do have the owner here who would like to speak in regards to the current status of the property.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Dan, Laurie. Last time I was here, I have no problem fixing the driveway. I was trying to work with the county to have them do the work first and then me do the driveway to make it look seamless and neat and orderly. I think I've changed my position. I'm tired of waiting on the county. I do have a contract with Anything Asphalt. I have a permit with the city, already approved, building paver 22050068. They approved the permit to do the asphalt driveway. I'm just going to have my contractor do the driveway, and whenever the county does their work, they'll have to just tie it back in.
All
the
right,
driveway.
well, perhaps we should grant a reasonable extension.
I appreciate it.
How many days is it going to take to get this cleared up?
I have to contact them, schedule it, get all the supplies going.
Okay, we are ordered to reappear today. I'm going to grant an extension to the next agenda, August 9th, 2022, with another mandatory reappearance. Hopefully you've got everything lined up by then.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Our next case is on page
That's it.
23. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22050381, case address 551 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner FLB Hotel LLC. Property posted 6/27/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Fort Lauderdale, Court Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22050381, property address 551 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property, which is a hotel, was inspected for sea turtle season on May 12, 2022, cited for the following violations. 651-651-1, there is artificial light specifically that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The exterior light, including the window signage, corridors, and decorative lights, due to non-compliance on June 22, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
I'm sorry, the city's request is
10 days.
Days.
10 days.
10 days and
$50. 50, yeah.
50? 50?
Yes,
Okay, all right. Well, we had a lot of these cases.
correct.
A lot of them have been complied, but, all right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name.
Good morning, Robert Leclerc.
All right, anything you'd like to add to what this gentleman said?
Those lights are coming from the guest rooms. We've done everything we can in the public areas to put the amber lighting, but those lights that are being shown are actually from the guest rooms.
Okay.
We can educate our guests. We can tell them to please close their windows and turn off the lights. Beyond that, maybe put tent film on the windows, but those are private units that guests, some residents live there actually year-round.
All right, look, I'm going to find for the record that the violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22030768, case address 812 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner, Leonardi Investments Trust, Anthony Leonardi, trustee. This case was first heard on 5/26/22 to comply by 6/5/22. 4 sections complied at $100 per day. $9,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
23.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read on record. This case first came before Special Master on May 26 of 2022, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on March 16, 2022, and a total of 7 re-inspections have been made to the property. There were conversations by phone and in person with the property owner, and during these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. I'm happy to announce that we do have compliance, Your Honor. The property owner is here with us today. It is the position of the city that fines be imposed as read, but we would like to point out that the administrative costs have been incurred to the city of $488.
$1,288.
No, Your Honor.
488. Okay. Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right to the microphone and state your name, please.
Loretta Davis.
All right. The city is requesting that the liens or that the fines be waived and administrative cost of $488 imposed. Is that acceptable to you?
Acceptable.
All right. So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 12. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22040447. Case address 1647 Northwest 12th Court. Owners Rodney Clark, and Magdalene Austin Estate. Property posted 6/17/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22040447, for the property located at 1647 Northwest 12th Court. Inspection of the property was performed on April 12th and cited for the following violations. 9-304B. 9-304B. There's evidence of vehicles, trailers that are parked on the grass lawn area. 9-304B. The gravel driveway parking area is not well graded and are dust-free. 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-313.8. The property is not identified by approved address number. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on April 28th of 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with the property owner. Just seeing you today. Special Magistrate request form sent on May 17th of 2022 and scheduled for today's Special Master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 7th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following. City is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $25 for each of the violations that exist. Your Honor, I'm correcting myself. The city is requesting the following: 42 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $25 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record, and the owners are here with us today. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. State your name for the record, please.
Rodney Clark.
All right. You understand what the gentleman said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have any objection or anything further you'd like to add?
On the side of the gate, can I put hedges instead of the fence that's broke down? Do I have to have a permit for that?
Okay. I do see house numbers up there, but they're barely.
I already did that. I painted them over. You can see them if you go by there. You'll see them.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to find for the record that each violation does exist. 42 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter. Stay in touch with this gentleman. He'll give you a follow-up communications and inspection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22040974. Case address 300 Northeast 4th Street. Owner Dependable Equities LLC.
Madam Clerk, Ron Feldman, he actually had to do he actually left, but he is in agreement with what we're about to hear in what we agreed on here, but we can continue. Mr. Ron, the owner, already left.
Okay, well, we recall the case.
Let's go back. We're on page. What page are we on?
We'll recall them.
Recall. Okay.
Our next case is on page 31. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22020341. Case address 1309 Northwest 7th Terrace. Owner Gerard Pond. This case was first heard on 4/12/22 to comply by 5/10/22 and 6/14/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,450 accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,850 accrued. A total of $7,300 has accrued, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed, and fines continue to accrue on the non-complied violations.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
Bernstein,
morning.
Sandberg, Inspector for City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 22020341. Property address 1309 Northwest 7 Terrace. This property was first heard on April 12, 2022, given 63 days to comply with the landscape and 28 days to comply for all other violations. As of today, 9-913A have been complied. 18-12A is incomplied. 9-305 remains. And 18-1, public nuisance under carport, remain. The city is requesting full amount.
Okay. All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jared Pond.
All right, tell me what's happening here.
Yeah, I've met with the inspector twice on the premises, and each time we've looked at different aspects of what's being considered a public nuisance. I just saw pictures this morning where we looked at something else newly, so I'm requesting 7 days to get that complete.
Well, these, in normal circumstances, these are not difficult violations to correct. I mean, you've got a lot of stuff stored on your driveway, and the landscaping needs some attention. What's the issue? Why have you not done those?
The issue with the landscaping is the areas where the ground cover is either missing is because it's shaded. I've planted sod. I've owned the house since 2000. 3 different times we've laid sod in the front yard, but with the other landscaping, there's no sun. There's no irrigation system in place. So the ground cover that's there is kept short, but it's simply not, it's patchy. But from the street, you can't even see it with the other landscaping.
Okay, goes back to April. Section $50 per day, one section complied.
I'm happy to hardscape it if that will make a difference, but I don't see putting grass down for a 4th time making any difference.
All right, what's the city's recommendation again?
The city's recommendation is if he needs, how much days did you say, Jared? How much days did you request?
I requested 7 days to finish the carport. I didn't request anything for the landscaping.
How about the landscaping?
28 days. We'll probably put down weed cover and mulch it if we're going to hardscape it.
Well, Judge, we'd recommend that he, Jared, I don't know if you can, but go speak to a nursery regarding some living ground cover you can put for the grass. As far as the 7 days extension for the carport, the city's okay, and the 28-day extension for the landscape is fine.
Okay, I'm going to grant the extensions as stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
And stay the fines.
Our next case is on page 38. Inspector Pat Gavin. Case number CE 21070195, case address 168 Vermont Avenue. Owner Matthew Sterling. This case was first heard on May 10, 2022, to comply by June 7, 2022. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. $2,550 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 21070195 for property located at 168 Vermont Avenue. This case was first heard on May 10th, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by June 7th, 2022. The violations at this property were brought into compliance on July 10th, 2022. This case was non-compliant for 34 days with a fee of $75 per day for a total of $2,550 currently due. The administrative cost is $580. The city is requesting the administrative costs in the amount of $580.
All right. Are they all in compliance?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. Sir, if you'll speak right to the microphone and state your name, please.
Matthew Sterling.
You're going to need to get a little closer to the microphone.
Matthew Sterling.
All right. Did you understand what this gentleman just said?
Not quiet, sir.
You accrued fines of $2,550. The city's recommendation that those be waived and that administrative cost of $580 be imposed. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so administrative cost of $580 is imposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 29. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 200908861, case address 3022 Northeast 26th Street, owner Stanley 2020 LLC. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 5/11/21. There are 4 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section complied at $50 per day. $6,300 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount
Thank
be
you.
imposed.
I don't think that's.
I'm sorry, the city is requesting admin costs of $1,437.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 200908861, case address 3022 Northeast 26th Street. This property was first heard on February 9th, 2021 to comply by 5/11/2021, and the owner had been given multiple extensions to comply the seawall. The seawall is in compliance, and the contractor was in constant contact with this inspector, as well as providing documentation and updates throughout the entire process. I would like the photos entered for the record, and the city is requesting the administrative costs for a total of $1,437.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right to the microphone and state your name, please.
Michael Yanalos.
Okay, did you understand what the lady said?
Yes, and I'm requesting for no fines to be imposed. So the violation was brought about by a prior owner. My owner, or the owner of the property, Bill, we immediately started working on planning a new seawall and dock as soon as he bought the property in early 2021. And there's been no lapse in effort or in our movement to get that completed. As you know, to build a dock on the intercoastal, you need Army Corps approval, and it's a longer process than just correcting something within a few months. Originally it was Will Snyder on the case, and I'm not sure when the fines arose, but I was in constant contact with Mr. Snyder, and then when Dorian got assigned the case, was in constant contact with her as to where the permit was in the process and then where we were in the work. So I'm requesting that no fines be imposed.
All right. Sir, do you want to say something? State your name.
Sure, William Resnick. I know you said no fines being imposed, but I think even the administrative costs, I mean, we've done everything that we could do. Again, we took over a property that had numerous code violations on it. We knocked it down immediately. Like, in working with Will, the goal was clean this up as quickly as possible. So we got the house demolished. The seawall issue, as you could tell and know, takes a long, long time to go through. So even the administrative fines to put the burden on us as somebody who's trying to better a situation seems a little bit a little rough.
So, Your Honor, I do agree with what they're saying. However, I think there is a little bit of misconception. The administrative cost is, there are no fines. Those are just the administrative costs for the re-inspections and all so on and so forth.
So the
So the
fines
city
will be
does
waived.
request that.
I understand you're waiving the fines. I'm saying even the administrative
Okay, we're
costs.
going to waive the fines and impose administrative costs, $1,437. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22050271, case address 2 West Sunrise Boulevard. Owner Andrews Project Development LLC. This case was cited on 5/12/22 to comply by 5/26/22. 1 section not complied at $150 per day. $6,900 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
All right,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning.
Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 22050271 for the property located at 2 West Sunrise Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on May 12, 2022 by Officer Del Grasso and cited for the following violation: 18-1 nuisance. There's graffiti at the property that's creating a public nuisance. Courtesy notice was actually issued and posted on the property, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Officer Del Grasso made contact with the property representative, and so have I. And basically, compliance was observed on June 1st of 2022. Officer Del Grasso and myself have been in contact with the representative. It's a construction site. And for clarification, the city is asking $750 for compliance for the days that have not been in compliance. It's $750.
Okay. All right, city's requesting $750.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Administrative cost.
No, this is just a fine, a daily fine, and there were days that were not in compliance, Your Honor. Compliance was observed on June 1st of 2022.
Okay.
And the citation is for $750.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Sure. My name's Jennifer Lang, and I am with the general contractor representing the owner of the property.
Okay, do you understand what the gentleman said?
I do understand completely. We had graffiti from the beginning of the project, which was in January, February. Every time I spoke with him, or not even spoke with him, I took care of the windscreen on the property and had it replaced. We did, over a weekend, get a lot of graffiti, and he did come by, and I did get the violation. I started working on it immediately. I spent hundreds, actually thousands of dollars. So what I did was I went ahead and I had the fence company come and remove the temporary, well, majority of the temporary fence, over 200 feet. And I had a zoning inspection to get an approval from the city to make sure that I could put up Bob's barricades instead of the temporary fence because of how much money I had already spent. The zoning inspector did give me an approval. I believe that was on the 23rd. I was still in, actually, hold on, maybe it was the 20th. I was still in compliance. And then, unfortunately, I left for a week because I had COVID. The inspector came back to re-inspect on the 1st. He found one piece of green screen, one 8-foot piece that had graffiti on it, and it was removed right there in front of the code enforcement officer. I feel like for months I've been keeping up with the project and with the graffiti that I've had, and I just kind of don't think it's fair for one piece when I was in such compliance. I have all the work orders. I have all of the emails.
All right, any additional input from the city? I do. Oh, yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Portia Williams, Assistant Director for Development Services. If we could modify our recommendation to basically find that a violation exists, however, to waive the citation amount.
I'm sorry, wait.
We're requesting a finding of fact and to waive the citation fee so that there is no fee at all.
Okay, all right. With that recommendation so ordered.
Thank you. Thank you, Portia. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22040586, case address 731 Northwest 18th Street, owner MCH 23 LLC, property posted 6/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
28.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case number CE 2204. 0586, property address 731 Northwest 18th Street. This property was inspected in April 18, 2022, cited for the following violations. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. 3-304B complied. 2427B complied. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained. There is oil stain hole cracks on the driveway / swell. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. This is a recurring violations per case CE 1904-1679. Due to noncompliance on June 21, 2022, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
All right. Yeah, he's at his recommendation, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Can you get this cleared up in 28 days?
I'd like 42 days because.
Okay, you need to state your name for the record, please.
My name is George Makepeace. I'm the resident.
I'm sorry.
George Makepeace.
Okay.
And I'm the resident. I'm the tenant.
Okay. I'm sorry, you're the
tenant.
You're the tenant.
I live there. Yes.
You live there. Well, who owns the property? All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
How Hua.
Okay. All right. Anything you'd like to add to what this gentleman said?
Like 42 days to comply. Need to blacktop the.
Okay. Well, I'm going to follow the city's recommendation on the two remaining violations, 28 days to comply. I find the violations do exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 37. Senior Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 21071122. Case address 911 Southwest 11th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner, Knobs Marina, Inc. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 12/2/21, suspended 1/11/22 to 4/12/22. 5 sections complied at $50 per day. $13,000 has accrued.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 21071122, address 911 Southwest 11th Avenue, number 1 and 2. This case was first heard and presented to Special Magistrate on October 28, 2021, and on January 11, 2022, Special Magistrate Purdy granted 91-day extension. The case was rescheduled on June 16, 2022. For the following violations, 15-28, 47-21.15D, 47-34.4.B.2.B, 47-34.1.8.1, and 9-305B. All violations have complied as of April 25, 2022. At this present time, there is another case on this property, which is case CE 22060137. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
I'm sorry.
The-
My agenda says administrative cost.
No, sir. I mean, it's there for the record, but the city wants to impose the full amount of the $13,000.
Okay. All right. so that, just strike the notation on the docket. It's not correct. Is that correct?
You're talking about the administrative
agenda-
costs?
Okay, all right. Okay, sir. Okay. All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Jordan Bund.
Okay, what would you like to add?
I have documents.
You're going to need to speak into the...
May I step forward with some documents for you and
Yeah.
whoever else might want to see them?
One of the clerks will take it.
Okay. Okay. The first 4 are the relevant ones. The other 10, I was asked to just show you the most important ones. You didn't need everything, but it's all there. So it's really about the first 4 pages. You see 8, 9, 12, and 14. And if I may, I'd like to explain.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Page 8 is the Broward County receipt, the Broward County tax receipt. The only outstanding item of all the lists on the original citation. I complied with everything, but I ordered a Broward County tax receipt and found out several months later that it was actually the Fort Lauderdale City tax receipt that I needed. So I have the evidence that I did attempt to comply, wrongfully so. I was certain that I complied, and as soon as I found out that I had a county receipt, which is different than a city receipt, I immediately applied for that, and that's page 14. So as far as I understand, I'm at fault, but I did, according to the citation, apply for the tax receipt. I didn't differentiate between a city and a county, but as soon as I learned, I have a email correspondence with Inspector Williams. As soon as I learned that I applied for the wrong one, I immediately applied for the correct one, and it's pending right now. And I have all of my verifications.
Well, you've given me a lot of information here.
Yeah.
Is this lady on this case?
Your Honor,
Yes.
he is correct. He applied for a business tax receipt. He was also emailed and notified that he was denied for the tax receipt because of his mailing address is different from the location address that he was applying for. So the business tax application was denied. But moving forward, this case has been going on for a long time, since October 2021. This is to impose the fines of what accrued during that time frame that all these violations were out of compliance.
Yes, sir.
The extended period from October until now is justified in all the documentation that I sent you. I had originally, Inspector Michael Jordan was on the case, and I had been consistently sending him texts to try to resolve my things. And I have copies of all those texts here. Like, the pages are page 4 and 5, and I found out after a couple of months that he was no longer with the city, and the texts there was no auto reply to let me know. So I was texting and texting, and then I finally sent an email, and I did get an auto reply from the state. My point is, the reason I printed this is to show there was no true lapse. I was always being as proactive as possible. There was a lapse of change of inspectors, which I wasn't
Each
notified.
violation apparently was out of compliance for 52 days.
No, I remedied everything except the tax license. That's the only outstanding one. And it's currently, what Inspector Williams said is correct. I applied for it and I was denied it based on my driver's license. So I changed it and I have that.
Well, tell me what was the problem with the driver's license?
I bought the property, but I wasn't residing there. So I set it up as a home business. And they said that you can't do it as a home business unless you reside there. So one of my employees was looking for an apartment, and he's an officer of the company. So I researched and found out that if an officer of a company resides there, then he can work from home, and we can establish it as a home business. So we went through all the proper channels and we applied, but it turned out that we applied for the county tax receipt, not the city. We reapplied on June 6th, and the case is still pending.
Magistrate, I just want to make a comment. Reggie
I'm sorry.
White.
Before you begin, we have a neighbor that's been standing who would like to make a comment on the property.
Yes, sir. Did you want to add something?
I'll just add.
There's a neighbor.
There's a neighbor that wants to speak, so we'll let the neighbor speak first.
Oh, okay. This lady's a neighbor. Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll step up to the podium.
This location is currently being run as a marina.
Okay, hang on.
Yes, sir.
I've got my hands full. I may want those, so. Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Speak
Yeah,
right
my
up.
name is
State your
Sandra
name.
Stengel, and this property has been used as a marina. He's selling boats. As of yesterday, one of the boats was on at least 3 different listings: Yacht World, Boat Trader, his Knobs Marine, and his Facebook Knobs Marine. So we have people continuously coming to look at these boats. My understanding is that the business is not supposed to be there. So he has people parking in the street, in the center of the street, to make it where he's blocking other people from exiting their property and whatnot. I just want to know, is it legal to run a marina out of a house? Because if it is, we'll start opening up businesses too. This has been going on. This was opened originally in July of last year, July 30th, I believe the case started. So we've been living with a marina. He's got his people harassing us. We've actually had one of his people going down the street acting like they've got a gun, going to shoot us, going to get us. And then Mr. Bund himself even sat there acting like he was in a shootout one day, like he's going to shoot me with his guns. This is all business. We have trailers coming in and out that do not have license plates on them. They're being stored. The yard is being as a runway. Originally, when the officer, not Williams, the original officer said that they had to replace the shrubbery that was removed. He completely removed it. The place looks terrible. I don't know. So it's a nice neighborhood. The house has got nothing but storage in the back, illegal trailers and whatnot. So whatever you can do to stop the business, we would appreciate. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right. I'd like to make a comment. Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I just want to state that the illegal marina activity, we do have a separate case open for that. And if that's not in compliance, we will be bringing that case to a special magistrate hearing. Now, for this case, there were several violations that were not in compliance and received a fine. So we're here today to impose the fine of not only the business tax violations, but the other violations as well. The time lapse from the last hearing. So I just want to make a comment. It was not just for the business tax license violation. It was for landscape and several property maintenance violations as well.
All right, so city's recommendation is impose the full fine.
That's correct, to impose the fines.
Okay, all right.
May I inquire as to the specifics of any outstanding, sorry, can I see or hear the specifics of any outstanding items? Because when we met with Inspector Williams in April, I have the date in here, I understood that I was in compliance with everything other than, and I have pictures and verifications, other than the tax license.
You are.
You are in compliance with everything. We still want the fines imposed for the time that you were out of compliance. The date of compliance is 4/25, as stated on the agenda.
The only thing that it was prior to 4/25 that I had already verified compliance. The only item outstanding is the tax license at that point, which I do have verification of application. As of April 25th, I had already met with Inspector Williams. I think it was the 11th or 12th, and she verified that I was in compliance. I did everything on the list.
No, on the record, there was no compliance prior to 4/25.
How do I dispute that? Because I have all of my photographs, like these are from the 7th and 8th.
Is that in the package you handed to me?
It's all there, yeah. Page 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 are all photographs from April. I sent the photographs, so while these are just pictures with a date on it, I actually, through my text correspondence, can verify the date was accurate, because I sent these to my landscaper who did this. He sent me pictures to verify it was done. This is the 7th and 8th of April, that while maybe at that point Inspector Williams hadn't inspected it yet, she inspected it 5 days later, but at that point I was already in compliance.
Your Honor,
Yes.
when Mr. Bond called me, we made an appointment, a scheduled date for 4/25/2022. That's when I took my photos of the items that were in violation. Yes, he may have photos from what he have taken of his own, but I didn't receive them, and I also have to take my own photos. So the day I was there was on April 25th, 2022.
And I believe that was the day that she confirmed I was in compliance, all items except the tax thing, right?
And that's what's on the agenda, April 25th, 2022.
Which is what I said about 5 minutes ago, sir.
I'm not sure I understand.
It's not really that complicated. I don't understand why you're not understanding. The agenda notes that you are in compliance with all of the other items on April 25th, 2022, which is the date that the inspector went out to verify that the violations were cured. The
Okay.
city is asking for the fines to be imposed for the days, as Your Honor has correctly stated, for the days out of compliance, which is the 52 days.
Okay.
From April 25th to now?
No?
From what date to what date? On January 11th, I was given a 91-day grace period, and I did comply within the 91 days. I complied on the 86th and at 87th day. That's when everything was completed. And I have pictures and texts to verify.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was.
Good morning, Your Honor. Portia Williams, Assistant Director for Development Services. It looks like the fines began December 4th, 2021.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
It looks like his fines began December 4th, 2021.
Okay, and the fines ran through?
No, sir, as I don't know why this is overly complicated. As noted on the agenda, the original date of compliance was December 2nd, 2021. The fines were not suspended until January 11th. So there was a gap between December and January when the fines ran. Additionally, the fines were only suspended through April the 12th, and the case was complied on April the 25th. So there, you get the 2 time periods, what you get the 50.
May I add to what you just said? Pages 3 through 5 are from October and November. Those are the texts. Here, I have may I come forward?
I don't need to see
No?
that.
Okay.
Why do I need to see that?
From pages 3 through 5, and what I sent you are copies of my texts and emails that I was sending to Inspector Michael Jordan to set up an appointment. Those were all unanswered because I had no way to know that he was
Are you holding
done.
up extra copies of what you already given me, or is that something else?
No, you have it. No, you have it too. It's page 3, 4, and 5. And yeah, pages 3, 4, and 5 were copies of my text attempts to ask Inspector Michael Jordan to please come. I'm ready to meet and show him, and he ignored them. And I found out a month later when I sent an email to the office, I got an auto reply from the office that said, Michael Jordan is no longer working with us. But for 2 months I had attempted. So that period in December, I had made every attempt to contact the city inspector.
But you weren't in compliance, sir, so who cares? You weren't in compliance in December. You didn't come into compliance until April.
On January 11th, I was given 91 days.
Okay.
And I complied during that 91 days. And the situation in December, the texts show Inspector Jordan, when can we meet so we can review the process? I need to know what to do. I have 3 pages of that. I have been trying to comply and understand. There was a question about my hedge and blocking a trailer. And I also have email correspondence with somebody else. I think it's I can look in my emails now if you'll grant me the moment. But they said, you either have to put up a fence or they said you have to have a fence. And I said, can I get a hedge, which would be taller and nicer than a fence? And they said, that's up to a certain department. And I sent emails to that department requesting permission to put up a hedge instead of a fence. And they never answered me. So I forwarded those emails to Inspector Jordan and said, I'm trying, but nobody's answering. What do I do? And that's when I kept texting, and he never answered. Then I came in to comply. But the only lapse in December that I was not in compliance, I was trying actively to comply, but there was an inspector terminated or who's retired, and there was no reply from his cell phone. I even sent an email to the supervisor saying, I think it would be helpful when somebody leaves that you should punch in on their phone and auto reply so anybody who thinks they're corresponding knows that person's gone. And I have the copy of that email too. I tried to be friendly. I wasn't saying how to do a job, but I was saying if somebody leaves, the people who count on them for answers should be notified through an auto reply. It's an easy thing to do. And that's the void that we're discussing.
Just want to notate that there were actually 4 inspections prior to 4/25 when Inspector Williams complied the case. And on all 4 of those inspections, there was no compliance. So even there was an inspection January 4th, April 17th, April 20th, finally in May, what date was that? That finally the property came to compliance. April 23rd, the property came to compliance. So there were several, what I'm saying is there were several inspections that were prior to Inspector Williams' inspection to where you didn't meet compliance yet.
My records show that I was in compliance on April 8th, and when she inspected on April 23rd, that's when she agreed that I was in compliance. And I have texts to Inspector Williams from the 11th where I said, I've completed this, when can you come? And it went unanswered. I've got copies of that too. And then I asked again, when can you come? A week later, and then she scheduled an appointment. But it was 12 days prior to her actual arrival that I had started attempting to schedule her. I have my phone and I can show the texts. I texted her saying...
I think you put that in here.
No.
No, you did.
like to state, I'm not trying to throw her under the bus. I know she's busy, but I did send a text, hold on Monday, June 6th, I sent her a text. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one. Oh, Inspector Gail Williams. On Monday, hold on, yeah, from before. On Monday, the 11th, good morning, Inspector Williams. A week later, Monday,
Okay, well, that was Monday.
April 11th.
April 11th.
I had just completed and took photographs of all the items. On the Monday, April 11th, good morning, Inspector Williams. I didn't get a reply. On Monday, April 18th, good morning, Inspector Williams. Can we schedule a meeting to go over the list of items? I believe I've completed everything, and I think I need to go to the judge with proof. No reply. Tuesday, April 19th, good morning, Inspector Williams. I put my trailers on pavers, removed the remaining fences.
You were sending text messages saying you're in compliance. She comes out on April 25th, and you're not in compliance.
No, I was.
April 25th, he was in compliance.
Correct?
As of April
He
25th.
was in compliance on the 25th.
Yeah. Oh,
But prior to April 25th, we have inspections documented
Well,
to where he wasn't in compliance.
he was in compliance on April 25th.
Yes.
Okay.
But the inspector went out on prior occasions to April 25th, and he was not in compliance.
Not in compliance. Okay.
What dates were they? Because it was the 11th that I invited her to the property because I was proudly in compliance.
Okay, wait, hang on. We've had spent a lot of time on this. I'm going to take the under advisement. You'll get a prompt ruling. Okay, thank you.
He's going to take it under advisement.
Okay, all right, thank
You'll get a
you.
ruling, you'll get a ruling at a
I'm
later
gonna,
date.
Take the case under advisement. That's it. You'll get a ruling in the mail.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any place that I could submit the additional data that I didn't submit to verify? Because when I took the photographs of compliance with the trailers and the fence, I deliberately texted them to my landscaper so there would be a timestamp of when it was completed. Is there a place that I can upload or send all the additional photographs and statements from the landscaper with dates, associated dates?
Your Honor, will you accept them? Do you want to review those before you issue a decision?
I'm sorry, say again.
Would you like to review the photos that he wants?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so if you'll go to the ladies here, sir, they'll give you an email location to send it to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 36 with Senior Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 211-00194. Case address 412 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner Andres Chavarro. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 5/26/22. Two sections complied at $25 per day. $1,150 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 211-00194, address 4112 Northwest 15th Avenue. Case was originally presented to Special Magistrate on April 28, 2022, and the following violation observed and cited: 47-34.1.8.1. The case has complied as of June 19, 2022. The city is requesting full amount to be imposed.
All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Andres Chavarro.
Okay, anything you'd like to add? City's requesting imposition of fines of $1,150.
Well, I'm not that happy about that, but I would like to appreciate that they lowered the price on it. But since I'm the landlord, I have to pay the tenants that don't want to pay. So it's not my fault. I understand the situation. And I want to know if the court being a little bit more flexible with the price, and it can lower a little bit so it can help me out for the payment.
Okay, you were out of compliance 23 days on each. Landscaping, go back to April 28th, comply by May 26th. $25. Okay. Okay.
Is so much we can do with the sometimes with the tenants that don't cooperate,
Okay.
doing the things
All right.
right on time, and actually, the landlord is the one that is paying for it. But I'm on top of the things, but you can force people to do things if they don't want to do it. Yeah, they want to be late.
Okay. I'm going to impose the fines of $1,150. Thank you.
Okay.
He imposed the fines of $1,150.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, the fines were imposed.
What is the final?
$1,150.
No, but there was no, that's not right. The price the officer says that it's going to be $538.
He did ask in his statement a few minutes ago, can the fines be reduced? I don't know if Your Honor heard that or not.
That's what I was asking.
Okay. Is that the city's request?
Well, I mean, if you want the administrative costs, if you want to do a reduction or reduce the fines for him.
Those administrative costs, $534.
That was correct. Yes. That's why I was asking to see if you can reduce it.
Thank you. Administrative costs, $534. That's my ruling. Case has been heard. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not going to be reduced?
$534.
I'm not going to sit here and dicker. I have made my ruling, and I'm standing by it, and the clerk will call the next case.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 27. Inspector Mala Ecomurri, case number CE 200600004, case address 3621 North Ocean Boulevard, owner 3621 North Ocean Boulevard LLC. This case was first heard on 5/27/21 to comply by 7/1/21. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day. $18,700 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Murray, for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, case number for the record is CE 200600004. Case address is 3621 North Ocean Boulevard. This case first came before the Special Magistrate again on May 27, 2021, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The violations again were first cited on June the 3rd, 2020, and a total of 16 re-inspections have been made at the property. There have been conversations by phone and in person with property management, who is here representing the property today. During those conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, July the 10th, 2022, I found that the violations do remain. The case is not in compliance. At a previous hearing on April the 12th, 2022, a 63-day extension was granted for the circumstances that were occurring during that hearing, and we do have property representation who would like to speak with you about the current status of the property.
All right. Ma'am, if you'll speak into the microphone and state your name, please.
Maria Alberti.
According to the city's records, you're out of compliance for 187 days. Tell me what's going on here.
So we were sold back in October. We hired a contractor already, and we have a permit, but we were waiting for, we went with the county to try to get the city is holding the permit because of the landscaping. We were waiting to see if we could get the previous landscaping plans, so we didn't have to hire an architect. But it turns out that we do have to hire an architect, and the architect finished the drawings, and the landscaping plan was given to our contractor last week. The job is going to take like a weekend, but because of the permitting process and when we were sold, everything got derailed.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, the city would ask for a stay of the fines for 42 days while she works through this process.
I'm sorry, how many days?
42?
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to grant you a 42-day extension and stay the fines as of this date, but this has been going on for a long time.
I
Let's get it
understand.
wrapped up. Okay, thank you. That's
Thank
it.
you. Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22031287. Case address 721 Northwest 7 Terrace. Owner A&A Holdings LLC. This case was cited on May 18, 2022 to comply by May 18, 2022. One section complied at $500. The citation was for $500 for paint wash discharge into the storm drain, and this is a citation appeal.
Okay, this is a citation appeal. All right.
Yes, Your Honor, it is a citation appeal. Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2203-1287 for the property located at 721 Northwest 7 Terrace. Inspection of the property was performed on March 30th, 2022, and cited for the following violation: 25-14, paint, wash, or discharge onto the storm drain. Your Honor, I was actually that day doing another inspection for the property owner. And that particular day, I witnessed two gentlemen who were washing or cleaning their paint materials onto the storm drain system. Officer spoke with the owner of the building, who hired the two gentlemen and acknowledged the violation at hand. Officer spoke with the supervisor in the morning, and the violation is a $500 fine for an irreversible action given to the property owner. The civil citation was actually printed and hand-delivered. Officer also spoke with detectives from the City of Fort Lauderdale, and they were in agreement with us giving the property owner a $500 fine. Contact has been made with the property owner, and the property owner is here with us today, Your Honor. There are pictures and also videos of the two gentlemen that the property owner hired, and they were actually painting the building. We were doing a project around the area. And basically, at the end of when they finished the job, they were discharging and washing their paint materials down the drain, Your Honor. The owner's here with us today.
All right,
Good
so if
morning.
you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Avram Alfasa.
Okay. Tell me what you'd like to add.
Well, just want to correct a couple of inaccuracies.
Keep your voice up, please, and right into the microphone.
Yeah, the two gentlemen that he specified were independent contractors. I was with my back to them as one of them was washing a paintbrush into the sewage. Once he says, "What are they doing?" I turn around and told him to stop immediately. A little bit of investigation later on, I have 3 documents that I want to present court.
Okay.
Basically, that shows that it's not really a violation because the paint is water-based. And these, including one that I downloaded from the internet, one from the City of Fort Lauderdale, says that it's safe. May I?
All right, yeah.
So you have 3 documents. Number 1 has 2 pages, and the lines needed are highlighted.
Like just internet?
Yeah.
Articles? Okay.
This is from the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
This is water-based paint.
look at the civil citation.
The action was done by an independent contractor too. I have no control over that. But regardless, there's no violation here.
Your Honor, if I may, that is true that he may not have done it physically, but he actually did hire these professionals to actually paint the building, and they were discharging, as you can see on the video, they were discharging their paint onto the drain system, regardless whether it's oil-based or water-based. They shouldn't have been doing the discharging of paint onto the drain system.
Okay, discharging their paint is trying, a little bit exaggeration because all he was doing is washing a brush.
Okay, yes, sir.
Special Magistrate Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. I'd just like to add that the code section we cited, 2514, which deals with illicit discharge, it only allows for rainwater to be poured down the storm drain. That's the only liquid that's really allowed in the storm drain is rainwater.
Well, this is the same gentleman right here in the right-hand corner of the screen. That's you, right?
I was actually talking to the inspector while the guy was doing it.
Okay.
We have no way of knowing
And-
what the type of paint was, because I don't believe we took images of the specific paint that was washed down there. All I can tell you is that only rainwater is allowed in the storm drain.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yeah, I think the ordinance is clear.
If I may, I guess we pressure wash the building, then water should not go into the drain because it's not rainwater.
All right, sir, I'm going to deny your appeal and impose a $500 fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 34.
30.
Inspector Gustavo Caracas.
34. Okay, thank you.
Page 34, case number CE 22030031. Case address 901 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Owner Brightline Holdings 401K PSP. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 6/14/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $2,700 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Officer Caracas with the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address read on record. This case first came before Special Master on May 10, 2022, and evidence was presented for the to the magistrate and filed for the city. These violations were first cited on March 1st of 2022, and so far, 7 re-inspections have been made to the property. There was only one conversation with the property owner in regards to the violations and how to come into compliance. It is unfortunate to say that the violations are not in compliance as of today, and the fines continue to accrue, Your Honor.
All right, what's the problem here?
Hi, my name is Lei Chan.
State your name.
Lei Chan.
Okay.
Okay, as you can see, the first letter was attached to the tree on the border of the property. So it's basically destroyed. It sat there for a month until the owner saw it. And he lives in between Wyoming and Kansas City. He's not from local. So he didn't know. When he received the letter, it was unreadable and complete damage by water. So he called the city and spoke to the inspector, Caracas. So he told the owner 5 things. The first one is clean up all the garage stuff on the yard. And the second one, also build a fence, which the owner has been compliant. Also, the homeless people living there, he asked the owner to remove storage container, also trim the tree over the property. 4 out of 5 notice citation has been complied. Just the only one left, which is storage container. But it's a large undertaking the owner already removed 2,000 pounds of garbage and 5,000 pound brick on the property. And he also removed 3 homeless shelter worth, 3 homeless shelters. But on July 3rd, the homeless shelter was removed again because he came back. He kept dealing with the homeless and all the trash, Also, for the container, he emptied the container and cleaned and sterilized it already. And he also currently advertising it for sale online. So he's requiring for 45 days to remove the container, which is the last thing he need to do.
All right, from the city.
Your Honor, the city stands. I mean, the property itself, it's an eyesore. All the properties around have been maintained. It is true that the owner does not live here, but just to clarify the young lady, we do send certified mails, and he has received the certified mails. Posting it on the property itself is an addition that we do to mailing it certified to the property owner listed on BCPA. Your Honor, the property still remains, as you can see on the pictures presented here on 7-7, there's still some overgrowth. There is still, regardless of if it was cleaned in the past, there are still people coming in there again. They're throwing their trash in there. The container's still in there, which is also a violation. The city stands, Your Honor.
Sorry, the city.
The city stands with the violations and the fines to continue to accrue.
All right.
We'd like the fines to be imposed, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm going to grant the city's request, and the fines will be imposed and continue to accrue. Thank you, ma'am.
So
Thank you. Maybe you need to talk to this gentleman.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 29. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE21050582. Case address 3016 Bayshore Drive. Owner Bayshore Hotel LLC. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/3/22. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. $10,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21050582. Case address is 3016 Bayshore Drive. This property was first heard on January 27th, 2022 to comply by March 3rd, 2022. And the owner was given extensions to comply, the parking facilities as well as the exterior of the buildings. The parking facilities are now in compliance. However, the exterior still is in disrepair as of my pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday on 7/11/2022. And that is depicted in the photos, which we would like entered for the record. And the city is requesting a full imposition of fines, which continues to accrue.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Ms. Crush.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. Your Honor, as noted by Senior Inspector, this has had a couple of extensions noted. This was a little unique, and if Your Honor would consider, and the inspector would not object, I believe this could be completely complied inside 48 hours. If I may, I have photographs.
Okay.
Just for context, Your Honor, the aerial photograph in front of you on top is the property with properties. Originally, this case was cited for the building on the corner with that address. We now understand that as the folio was combined, it applies to all of the properties. The issue that took a significant amount of time was, again, Your Honor, referring back to the aerial photograph. Outside the red property line is a second row of parking. It is not the property owner's parking. He does not want the parking there. Uber drivers from the W Hotel, which is across the street, park there and block his guests in. But because the city took the position that again, area that looks like it's part of the road is swale, he restriped 577 feet and repaired it. With respect to the maintenance of the property, the buildings that were most recently noted in Senior Inspector's photographs from June were not the original, that was from prior, so.
Okay, so you're saying that the first one, the 9-306, you think that it's in compliance and you're requesting an inspection?
Actually, the first one, I think the Senior Inspector indicated the parking is in compliance.
That is in compliance?
Stop right there. Oh,
No?
sorry.
No?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to go over the mic. So, if I may interrupt, so yesterday I was there, and in the photo you can see there are workers there. So she is correct, and the parking lot is in compliance, and the exterior is what needs to be completed.
Okay, yeah, I think.
Parking lot's in compliance.
Say again?
Yes, the magistrate wants to confirm that the parking is in compliance.
Yes, the parking facilities are now in compliance.
All right.
And the other photographs I shared, as the inspector said, there were people working there. Those are the photographs that show the condition of the property yesterday. I understand Senior Inspector would need to go
Okay, so
observe.
you believe that the other violation, the building walls, is also in compliance?
I do, but obviously the city needs to go out. I sent those photographs to Senior Inspector, but that was last night. Obviously, we need to schedule a reinspection.
Okay.
Yes, so I would need some time to go back out and reinspect if you want to give an additional 10 days.
I'm sorry, say again.
If you want to give an additional 10 days for,
Let's do that. Let's, on the remaining violation, 10-day extension and stay of the fines.
that would be fine.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 39. Inspector Pat Gavin. Case number CE 22010871. Case address 785 West Evanston Circle. Owners, Ermeline Noel and Erica Noel Simeon. This case was first heard on 4/12/22 to comply by 5/17/22. 5 sections comply to $50 per day, $10,550 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 22010871 for property located at 785 West Evanston Circle. This case was first heard on April 12th, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by May 17th, 2022. 3 of the violations at this property were brought into compliance on June 22nd, 2022. These violations were non-compliant for 35 days with a fee of $150 per day for a total of $5,250. 2 of the violations at this property were brought into compliance on July 10th, 2022. These violations were non-compliant for 55 days with a fee of $100 per day for a total of $5,500. The total currently due to the city is $10,550, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $10,550.
All right, who's going to speak? The owner here? Who's the?
Emmeline Noel and Erica Noel,
Okay,
both owners.
all right. Ma'am, you're the owner?
We're both owners.
You're both the owners. Okay, adjust the microphone, please. Okay, who's going to speak? You're going to speak?
Yes,
Okay, state your name, please.
Emmeline Noel.
All right, what would you like for me to know?
Okay, we had
You're
a
going to have to
judge.
speak right into the microphone.
We had a judgment against the tenants. They for them to vacate the property on the 30th of April. On the 1st of May, we went with the Fort Lauderdale police. They were still there. We didn't have any access to the property to make the necessary corrections. On the 19th, on May 19th, the sheriff go there, and their belongings were still in the property. After May 19th, that's when we started the work. We put on a new roof, we did the plumbing work, and everything should be in compliance. It had been raining on throughout when the roof was being done. So that caused a little bit of delay.
And we had to get permits for the roof, we had to get permits for the roof, we had to get permits for the plumbing. All this takes time, so.
While the tenants were there, we could not access, we didn't have any access to the property.
Yes, sir. Anything further from the city?
No, nothing further from the city, Your Honor.
One more thing. The belongings that you see there in the carport belong to the tenants. We could not touch them. We had the Fort Lauderdale police go with us.
Hang on. Let's look at 18-1. That's the violation depicted on the screen. All the things in the carport there.
Yes.
Why did it take so long to remove those?
Because it belonged to the tenants. We went with the Fort Lauderdale police there. They said that we could not remove the property. We cannot touch the property. So on the 19th, we had to go back to court again. On the 19th, the sheriff came, and that's when they put the sticker on the door for them to vacate the property.
All right.
When did the tenants actually leave the property? On May 19th or after?
May 19th.
Okay, so I think what the magistrate was asking is, if the tenants were removed on May 19th, why did it take a month until June 22nd to get rid of, like, for example, the outdoor storage? That's what he's asking.
You know, the city only comes once a month to pick up bulk. So I could not put them outside. I had to wait. Once the second Tuesday every month, that's when the city comes and pick them up.
Things I'm hearing possibly seem to be more appropriate for a lien reduction hearing. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and grant the city's request and impose the full amount of the fines. But there is a process to seek a reduction of the fines by filing an application, which there's got to be someone here who will instruct you in that. Okay, if you so choose to do that. But for today, I'm going to impose the full amount of the fines and advise you have the option, should you so desire, to seek a reduction of that amount through the lien reduction process. Okay.
Okay.
Someone will discuss that with you if you want to do that and give you materials. Okay?
Can I add something, Your Honor? I mean, we were trying to be in compliance. We did everything that the city wanted us to do. We had no control over the tenants, really. Really, the tenants have all control these days.
Well, but
5 months they didn't pay
you
rent.
as an owner have rights. You can't say, well, the tenant wouldn't let me do this, or the tenant wouldn't let me do that.
They do. They
But,
have
you
a
know,
lot of rights. If they choose not to pay you.
Okay, ma'am, I'm not going to argue with you.
No,
I
I'm
have
not
made,
arguing with you.
okay, ma'am, don't talk anymore.
Okay.
I've made my ruling.
Okay.
Full amount is imposed. If you want to seek a reduction of the lien
Okay.
through the process that someone will discuss with you and give you the papers for, you are free to do that. But that's all we need to say today. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22050136. Case address 1545 Northeast Fifth Avenue. Owner Jude Petion. Property posted 6/21/22. Posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Bernstein, Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 2205-0136, property address 1545 Northeast Fifth Ave. This property was inspected on May 4, 2022, cited for the following violations. 184C, complied. 9304, the gravel driveway is not being maintained. The gravel driveway is worn throughout and there is grass growing through it. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation is depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
Okay. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name.
My name is Jude Bettion.
Okay. And are you the owner of the property?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you understand what the gentleman said? You
Yes,
understand what he said?
Yes, I do understand.
Right. Anything you'd like to add?
Well, I mean, the officer said that there is grass over the parking. I killed them. Then today I'm going to buy some stone to put over the driveway. And I'm going to also buy some mulch to put on this side. And I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, the 28th day is going to be okay for me to comply with everything. Then,
right. For the record, I found the violation exists, 20 days to comply and $50 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you.
28 days to comply. Yeah, I was going to say it.
Our next case is on page 40. We are calling this case, although the owner is not here, because the tenant is present, just so that she can hear what happens with this case. It's with Inspector Pat Gavin. Case number CE 22010399. Case address 180 Penn Way, owner 800 LLC. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 5/24/22. One section not complied at $100 per day, $4,800 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $4,600 accrued. A total of $9,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violations.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 22010399 for property located at 180 Penn Way. This case was first heard on May 10th, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by May 24th, 2022. One of the violations at this property was brought into compliance on July 10th, 2022. This violation was non-compliant for 46 days with a fee of $100 per day for a total of $4,600. One of the violations at this property is still not in compliance and has been non-compliant for 48 days with a fee of $100 per day for a total of $4,800. The total currently due to the city is $9,400. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $9,400, and fines will continue to accrue.
The owner here?
The owner is not present, but the tenant is present.
I mean, does the tenant have any intention of removing the outdoor storage?
On yesterday, she did call the city and stated that it had been removed. Again, she does not have power of attorney, which is why she's not speaking. But we did say that, based upon what she said, that Inspector Gavin can go back out to the property and re-inspect. If she's stating that it is removed, I would say maybe give 10 days to re-inspect and state the fines for those 10 days to allow Inspector Gavin time to re-inspect, as she stated it has been removed.
Right,
Your Honor, I think the tenant, if she's here, could probably speak as just an interested party, but obviously doesn't have the authority to speak on behalf of the owner, because it seems she has, some update for the court.
Okay, you're the tenant. Okay, so if you'll state your name, please. You got to speak right into the microphone and speak up.
Tiffany Gaines.
Okay, so you're claiming it's cleaned up now?
I was told that the inspection would be
Okay, so,
for Monday. For Monday, but he came out. I was told that the inspection would be in Monday. I didn't know it was gonna come out Sunday, but now it doesn't look like that at all. Everything's cleared.
okay, so we'll grant a 10-day extension and stay the fines.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Are there any further respondents for this morning's special magistrate hearing? Everyone that's present is here for lien reduction. We're going to take a brief recess.
We're taking a recess.
Okay. Just doesn't sound right. Okay. Okay, are we ready? Okay, ready?
Do we know that? Oh, okay, with the detective. I love detective work. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's on. They got
Okay.
Good morning. We're going to resume this morning's special magistrate hearing agenda with the non-respondents. Our first case is on page 1, Inspector Malayka Ecomurri, case number CE 21080035. Case address 2180 Northeast 62nd Street, owner Kosh, property posted 6822, posted at City Hall 62822.
We're starting on page 1.
Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. Case number is CE 210-80035. The case address is 2180 Northeast 62nd Street. I first inspected this residential property that is zoned RS8 residential single family, low medium density on August the 2nd, 2021, and the following during a routine inspection, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-305A. There's a growth of landscape material there's overgrowth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the right-of-way. The next violation would be 18-12. There's overgrowth of vegetation on this property and or swell. The next violation would be 47-34.1.A.1. There is outdoor storage occurring at this property with tiles being stored on the outside of the property. In addition to that, there is a violation for 9-304B. There are weeds growing through the driveway, therefore not providing for a smooth, well-graded surface. The next violation would be 9-308B. There's stains and the roof is dirty. The next violation would be 9-306. The perimeter columns have stains as well as missing and peeling paint. Let me see here. The driveway and sidewalk are also dirty and stained at this particular location. Postings as well as mailings of legal documents have been done as a part of the department's protocol. This case was scheduled for the special magistrate hearing on April the 13th, 2022. There were conversations that were made by phone and in person with ownership of the property, Mrs. Cush, about the violations that were cited. During those conversations, the status of the violations as well as the corrective action for resolution were discussed. BCPA records reveal no change in ownership since January 13th, 1999. This property is homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, July the 10th, 2022, I found that all of the violations do remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending a 63 days to bring the property into compliance or $25 per day per violation to begin to accrue after.
Okay, I'm sorry. City's recommendation is?
63 days to bring the property into compliance, and then $25 per violation per day should accrue thereafter.
63 days and 50? 25. Okay, all right. Okay, for the record, I found the violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Our next case on page 1, case number CE 22040623, case address 2731 Southwest 13th Court, owner Maxie Jean Louise, property posted 7/1/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Chickens.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting CE 2204. 623 for a property located at 2731 Southwest 13th Court. An inspection was conducted on 4/19/22 by previous Officer Emmons. Upon inspection, the following violation was observed. 6-5, there are chickens or roosters being kept on this residential property. Upon the initial inspection, roosters were heard crowing from the rear of the property. Contact was made with the resident of the property who admitted to having roosters in the backyard. Re-inspections were conducted on 5/3/22, 5/10/22, 5/17/22, and the property remained in violation. Resident continues to request more time to remove the roosters from the property. As of 7/1/22, the property remains in violation. Resident continues to request more time to remove the roosters. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
You got pictures of the chickens?
No, the resident has admitted to having the roosters and continues to request more time to remove the roosters.
Okay, the city's request was how many days?
10 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Your Honor, if I could, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Unfortunately, I think if the city doesn't have pictures. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think the city's going to remove this case from the agenda, Your Honor, because in fairness, even though I'm advised that the property owner is often not at his residence due to his professional obligations in the military, and I further understand that his mother stated that the roosters and/or chickens had been removed. Since there are no pictures and no one present, there are no pictures of the roosters or said chickens, and the owner or owner's rep is not present to admit the violation, I think it's prudent that the city just withdraw the case.
Do you think it's prudent to?
That the city is going to withdraw this case.
Okay, all right.
And they'll re-inspect it.
Okay.
The property.
Our next case is on page 2. Case number CE 22040348, case address 1356 Southwest 23rd Avenue. Owner Robert White, Inspector Darren Emmons, Inspector Marco Aguilera presenting. Property posted 7/2/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting CE 22040348 for property 1356 Southwest 23rd Ave. An inspection was conducted on 4/11/22 by previous Officer Emmons. Upon inspection of the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is not maintained. There is grass growing in the driveway and the gravel is sparse. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. The fascia is rusting and needs to be repaired, cleaned, and/or painted. Re-inspections were conducted on 5/3, 5/16, and 7/2/22. The property remained in violation. As of 7/2/22, the property currently remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Yeah, I think he said 35 and 25. Okay, all right. For the record, I found the violations do exist. 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter on each violation.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 5, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 22030941, case address 611 Carolina Avenue, owner Mildred Washington, property posted 6/22/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 22030941 for property located at 611 Carolina Avenue. This property was first inspected on March 30th, 2022, and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior of the house has not been painted. There's a sheet of plywood across the garage door opening. 47-39.A.1.B 6B. There is outdoor storage of items including, but not limited to, bricks, drywall, and buckets on this property. 18-12A is complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. The city is requesting compliance within 21 days or a fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay.
Cannot hear you.
You left out 9305B.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that on my sheet, sorry. 1 second. Nine 305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover.
Okay. For the record, I find the violations do exist, 21 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Was it 25 or 50, Gavin? Gavin, was it 25 or 50 per day? 25 or 50 per day?
25 per violation per, sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry, 50 per violation per day.
Was it 35?
$50 per violation per day.
All right.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 7, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 22040626, case address 1013 Long Island Avenue, owners Michael and Marcia Langren, property posted 6/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 22040626 for property located at 1013 Long Island Avenue. This property was first inspected on April 20th, 2022, and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-1, there is outdoor storage in the carport of items including but not limited to mattresses at this residential property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 47.19.2.11.4.b was complied. The city is requesting compliance within 21 days or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
I'm sorry, 21 days?
$25.
Okay. I find the violation does exist, 21 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 7, case number CE 22030944, case address 3648 Jackson Boulevard, owner Mamie Lou Anthony. Personal service was given to this property on 6/21/22 and posted at City Hall on 6/28/22.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 22030944 for property located at 3648 Jackson Boulevard. This property was first inspected on April 4th, 2022, and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The city is requesting compliance within 21 days or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
21 and 25. 20. I find the violation does exist. 21 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
On page 8, case number CE 22050383 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 9, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22040514, case address 828 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner Serengeti Progresso 1 LLC, property posted 6/15/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Madam Clerk, can you repeat the address, please?
828 Northwest 3rd Avenue.
828 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case number CE 22040514 for the property located at 828 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on May 1st, 2022 by Inspector Emmons and cited for the following violation. 47-25.3, any lot that becomes vacant through a removal of a structure should be screened from the abutting public corridor. The green screening on the fence surrounding this lot has areas that have been torn. 9-280H1 has complied. Courtesy notice was actually posted on the property and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on May 1st, 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with the property owners. Special magistrate request form sent on May 24th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 7th of this year, and pictures presented here are to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that still exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence.
10 days, $100.
Okay. Okay, I find the violations exist. 10 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case on page 9, case number CE 22040974, case address 300 Northeast 4th Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, property posted 6/15/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 22040974 for the property located at 300 Northeast 4th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on April 28th and cited for the following violation. 47-19.1.c has complied. 47-20.20.H point. The parking facility is not being maintained at this property. It has cracks, the striping is faded, and it's graded in a way that allows water to pool. Courtesy notice was posted and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on April 28th, 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special magistrate request form sent on May 18th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 7th, and the pictures presented here are to confirm the violation still exists. The city is requesting the following: 49 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists.
Okay, I find the violation does exist. 49 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 10, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22040979, case address 308 Northeast 4th Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, property posted 6/15/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 0979 for the property located at 308 Northeast 4th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on April 28, 2022, and cited for the following violation. 9-305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-20.20.H. The parking facility is not being maintained at this property. It has cracks, the striping is faded, and it's graded in a way that allows water to pool. Courtesy notice was posted and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA on April 28, 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 7th, and pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations do exist. City's requesting the following: 49 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist.
I find the violation exists, 49 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22050575. Case address 2121 Northeast 4th Street, owner Hoover Whitehead. Property posted 62722, posted at City Hall 62822.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 22050575 for the property located at 2121 Northwest 4th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on May 19th and cited for the following violations. 9-278E. There are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property, which causes more than 50% of the required ventilation. 18-4C. There are derelict vehicles or trailers parked stored on this property, including but not limited to a silver vehicle and a black pickup truck with flat tires and trailers with flat tires. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and on its swale. 9-308B, there's debris, trash, or other elements which is not permanent on the roof. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The paved driveway is not well graded and or dust weed free. 9-280H1. The fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required, including but not limited to the gate on the side of the property. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 24-27B, there are waste containers left overnight after collecting day and not pulled back to approved location. 9-313A, the property is not identified by approved address number. Courtesy notice was issued and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on May 19, 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the owner's relative, and we have had a conversation on how to come into compliance. Pre-hearing inspection was done on July 7th, and pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations do exist. The city is requesting the following: 28 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $25 for each of the violations that exist. Photos are submitted for evidence.
28 days.
I'm sorry,
28 days.
28 days.
When?
$25.
Okay. I find the violations exist, 28 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 18, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22020735, case address 1321 Northwest 1st Avenue, owner Matthew Mumprier, property posted 62122, posted at City Hall 62822.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 22020735. Property address 1321 Northwest First Ave. This property was inspected on February 19, 2022, cited for the following violations. 9280H1 complied. 9304B, the gravel driveway is not being maintained. The gravel is worn through and there is grass growing through it. 9-305B, the swell landscape is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are dead and missing ground cover. Due to non-compliance on June 21st, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation is depicted. The city is requesting 42 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation.
Okay. I find the violations do exist. You requested 28 days to comply?
No, 42. 42.
20.
42. 42.
42, okay. $50 a day thereafter?
25.
Okay, I find the violation exists, 42 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Our next case on page 18, case number CE 22040423, case address 1601 North Andrews Square, owner Blake Croy, property posted 6/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Just want to, for the record, this property is in compliance.
Our next case is on page 19, case number CE 22040771, case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Thor Gallery at Beach Place, LLC, in care of Ryan, LLC, Davina Taveras, property posted 6/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
We have, that property has 3 parcels, so is it okay to read the 3 cases? It's the same address, just 3 different parcels.
I'll read them individually.
Okay. Bernstein, Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 22040771. Is it 070 or 071, just clarifying?
0771.
Okay. Property address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected for sea turtle season on April 21st, 2022.
Okay, good.
And was cited for the following violations. 651-1, there is artificial light specifically that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The exterior light includes the walkway, corridors, and decorative lights. Due to noncompliance on June 21st, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection reveals the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violations.
Okay, I find the violation does exist, 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Not yet.
Our next case on page 20, case number CE 22040770, case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, K2. Owner Thor Gallery at Beach Place, LLC, in care of Ryan, LLC, Davina Taveras, property posted 6/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Property, Bernstein, Sandberg, case number CE 22040770. Property address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Property was inspected for sea turtle season, April 21st, 2022, cited for the following violations. 651-1, there is artificial light specifically that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The exterior light, including storefront, walkway, corridors, and decorative light. Due to noncompliance on June 21st, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. Pre-hearing inspections reveal the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations is depicted. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
I find the violation does exist, 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Case number CE 22050380, case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach owner Thor Gallery at Beach Place, LLC, in care of Ryan, LLC, Davina Taveras, property posted 6/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/28/22.
Bernstein, Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 22050380, property address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected for a sea turtle season on May 12, 2022, cited for the following violations. 651-1, there is artificial light specifically that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There is exterior light, including the main corridor's walkway, can be seen from the beach. 651-2, there is artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The security light on the main corridors / walkways can be seen from the beach. Due to noncompliance, on June 21st, 2022, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. Both of the notice violation and notice of hearing was mailed to the owner, according to BCPA. A pre-hearing inspections revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation. And also for the record, on the 3 cases that we just read, per code 653, if the magistrate finds the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall be notified the violator in writing that any external light sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, which is October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any cost that is associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or person causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of the property.
All right. Okay, for the record, I found the violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 21, Inspector Bernstein, Sandberg, case number CE 22040874. Case address 1613 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Kevin Quigley, property posted 62122, posted at City Hall 62822.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
On behalf of Inspector Bernstein, for the city of, my name is Inspector Noel. For this case in reference CE 22040874, the property address is 1613 Northwest 6th Avenue. This property was inspected on April 25th, 2022, and it was cited for the following violations. 18.2-12 complied, 18-4 complied, 9-304B, the gravel driveway is not being maintained, the gravel is worn, and the grass and the weeds growing through it. Citation 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained and neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas that are dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. Due to the non-compliance on June 29, 2022, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection reveals that the violation stated is not in compliance, and I would like to enter the photos into evidence and show the violation as depicted. The city is requesting a 28-day to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation to be imposed thereafter.
I find the violations do exist. 28 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
First hearing.
Our next case on page 22, Inspector Bernstein, Sandberg, case number CE 22040685. Case address 480 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner Summer Lake Villas LLC. Property posted 62222, posted at City Hall 62822.
Bernstein, Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 22040685. Property address 480 Northwest 24th Ave. This apartment complex was inspected on April 20th and on 2022, cited for the following violations. 9-305A complied, 24-7B complied, 47-20.20H The parking facility are not maintained at this property. There are potholes throughout the parking lot. 9-306, there are areas of the exterior building walls that have stains. Due to noncompliance on June 22nd, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. Property owner did obtain a permit and issued a commercial paving permit on file, permit number BLD-CAPAV-2206008. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. The city is requesting 56 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
Or how many dollars per day?
50.
Okay, I find the violations do exist, 56 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 25, case number CE 22041056, case address 2152 Northeast 63rd Court, owner 2152 Northeast 63rd Court, LLC. This case was cited on 5/3/22 to comply by 5/18/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 22041058, case address 3338 Northwest 69th Street, owner Hector Maldonado. This case was cited on 5/2/22 to comply by 5/17/22. One section complied at $200 per day. The city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of June 14, 2022, and impose the correct fine of $1,600.
All right, the previous order of June 14th, 2022 is vacated, and fines are imposed of $1,600.
Our next case, case number CE 22041051, case address 1901 Northeast 56th Street, owner TTT Rentals LLC. This case was cited on 5/3/22 to comply by 5/18/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 22050393, case address 1235 Northeast 6th Avenue. Owner Baksa Vantakumu and Chandreska Mata and all others. This case was cited on 5/14/22 to comply by 5/29/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 22050338, case address 736 Northwest 15 Terrace, numbers 1 through 3, owner MBA Investment Group 2 LLC. This case was cited on 5/17/22 to comply by 6/2/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
City's request is granted.
Case number CE 22050359, case address 411 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Lorena Panella. Property posted cited 5/17/22 to comply by 6/1/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $8,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and continues to accrue. No appeals received for citation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 28. Dorian? Inspector Cologne? Do you have anything to add for the case on page 28 that has an order to reappear? 7 North Birch Road? Okay, so on page 28, case number CE-191205994, case address 7 North Birch Road, owner Las Olas Harbor Club LLC. This case was first heard on 9/9/22 to comply by 11/11/22. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day, $9,600 accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,050 accrued. A total of $11,650 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violation.
Granted.
Your Honor, I think on that case, the order should also reflect that despite Your Honor's ruling that they were ordered to reappear, that the property owner did not present himself.
Likewise granted.
Thank you. Case number CE 22030202, case address 1415 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Iqbal Panjwani and Shamashi Panwani. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 5/20/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Granted.
Case number CE 211-00426, case address 3317 Northeast 15th Street, owner Tan Tantajic. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 5/8/22. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 30. Case number CE 22050071 is complied and closed with no fines. Case number CE 21050045, case address 1309 Northeast 2nd Avenue, owner Adani Elise. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 6/7/22. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
City's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 31, case number CE 22020538, case address 1032 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Think Dizzle LLC. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 6/7/22. Six sections not complied at $100 per day, $20,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, fines continue to accrue.
City's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 32, case number CE 22050457, case address 1016 Northwest 6th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Wal Rogan Estevez. This case was cited on 5/16/22 to comply by 5/18/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 35. Case number CE 22050272, case address 700 Northwest 21st Terrace, owner FPT Fort Lauderdale LLC. This case was cited on 5/11/22 to comply by 5/11/22. One section complied at $500. City is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeals received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 36. Case number CE 22010888, case address 2228 Northwest 8th Street, owner Crossfire Financial Network. This case was first heard on 4/12/22 to comply by 5/10/22. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
The request is granted.
Our next case is on page 38, case number CE 22020620, case address 3201 Jackson Boulevard, owner Tricon SFR 2020-2 Borrower LLC. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 6/7/22. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $1,700 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, fines continue to accrue.
The request is granted.
Our next case is on page 39, case number CE 22021000, case address 3419 Southwest 12th Court, owner Venceleo Centron. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 6/7/22. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $350 accrued. One section not complied at $25 per day, $850 accrued. A total of $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
The request is granted.
The city is requesting to enter pages 45 and 46 in today's hearing as an exhibit. Is this the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases?
Okay, all right. Granted.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for July 12, 2022. Please allow us a brief recess as we begin to set up for lien reduction. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. All right.
I'll see you maybe by Friday.
I'm sorry?
By Friday?
Okay, by Friday of this week?
Yeah.
Okay, that should be good.
So I'll send you an email.
the special magistrate lien reduction hearing for July 12, 2022. If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. Please be seated. Our first case is on page 10. For the property located at 4840 Northwest 9th Terrace, case number CE 15091538, owner Victoria de Garcia and German Duarte. This case has a total lien value of $15,800 and city direct cost of $986.94, and the city is requesting $4,740.
Okay.
Inspector Caracas, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you.
All right.
He's ready.
Okay.
Herman Garcia Duarte.
Okay. You speak English?
No.
No English. Okay. I read your file. And I've read your application. Refresh my recollection here just a minute. Okay, I recall the case. Okay, is there anything you'd like to add to the application that you made?
Yo quiero saber cuánto es lo que me van a... Okay. Yo quiero saber cuánto es lo que me van a... cuánto me va a dejar la multa.
He wants to know how much will be the amount.
I'm sorry.
He would like to know how much the amount is.
Yeah, the amount of the fine.
$15,800.
Okay. Yeah, the amount of the fine is $15,800, and the city's requesting that the fine be imposed as $4,740. Okay.
So Inspector, I think the question for him is, would he like to say anything additional to the magistrate to reduce that amount?
Okay, la pregunta sería, ¿quieres decir algo adicional para que te bajen esos $4,000?
Claro.
No, pues yo la verdad es que no tengo dinero ahorita para pagar los $4,000.
He says basically yes, he doesn't have the money to pay the $4,000.
Okay. Well. One second here.
Yo le voy a decir a ver.
Okay. Well, he didn't give a lot of strong reasons to reduce the amount.
Yo también. Yo como no sabía de eso, de la multa que tenía.
He didn't know about the lien or the fine that he had. He just recently knew about it.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reduce the fine to $2,000. Okay. All right. going to give you, can you pay that within 90 days?
Yo que yo lo pago.
Okay. 90 days to pay. If you don't pay the reduced amount within 90 days, it reverts to the original amount and will not be eligible for any further reductions.
No, yo sé. Lo podía hacer en tu pago.
He would like to find out if he can do it in 2 payments within
Right.
90 days.
Yes, that's fine, as long as it's paid
Okay.
within the 90 days.
Pero lo puedo mandar por
Okay.
How
And
he will have to, he's asking.
He will get a written order in the mail.
Vas a recibirlo y vas a ir, te van a dar instrucciones cómo pagar esos dos.
Ok. O por tarjeta se puede pagar.
Ahí te van a decir.
Yeah, you'll get a written order in the mail. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll explain to him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 10 for the address located at 3281 Northwest 65th Street. Owner Gene Joseph. Case number CE 18042209. This case has a total lien value of $91,050 and city direct cost of $2,106.61, and the city $1,210.
All right, I recall very well this case. Sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Ryan Coolman.
Okay, and sir, if you'll state your name.
Ed Cardenas.
So give me just a second here. This was an estate.
Yes, sir.
All right, now. Okay, the property's in foreclosure.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And is the sale scheduled?
Well, we are doing a short sale on the property. It's over encumbered by the mortgages, unfortunately. So we've completed the probates for the family. They did not have the financial means to do so. We brought the property into compliance as well.
Okay, now what was your relationship to the defendant, the decedent?
So what they reached out to us, my group is Florida Homeowner Solutions. We help homeowners in Broward County with facing issues with their mortgages and probates and that sort of thing.
Okay, all right. Well, so this is going to be a short sale.
Yes, we're still negotiating the short sale, and the issue is that because it's over encumbered by the mortgages, the amount, we're already into the property for a little over $11,000 with the probates, the short sale, and the compliance of the property. We're not sure what the final price is going to be from the bank, so unfortunately, that's why we're graciously asking for such a reduction, because the family doesn't have the means to do it. We would actually be paying that ourselves. If the property goes to foreclosure, we're unfortunately just going to be out the money.
All right, well, okay. Because typically in a so are you in the process of negotiating something with the bank so that the city's lien can be dealt with?
Yes, exactly.
Excellent, excellent. Okay.
But unfortunately, the bank won't pay that. We would actually be paying that.
That was my big question.
Yeah. We'd love for the bank to pay it, but unfortunately, they will not.
Okay, and the property, okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, the lien is huge. So where's the estate value? About $295. The offer, the applicant made an offer of $1,800.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was me.
But that's less than the administrative cost of $2,106.61.
So the way that I wrote it might be incorrect, so I apologize, but I had put $1,800 plus whatever the administrative costs, we would cover those as well.
Okay, all right. So that's 39. Well, let's round it off to $4,000. I'm going to grant your motion, your request to reduce the lien and reduce it to $4,000. I'm going to say 90 days to pay. If you're not squared away with the bank and need an extension of that, you can request that, and so long as the negotiations with the bank are still going on.
I
that will
greatly
be
appreciate that.
Dealt with favorably, looked upon favorably.
Thank
So
you.
for right now, I'm just going to reduce the lien to $4,000. Formally, I have to say, if it's not paid within 90 days, we'll revert to the prior amount.
Okay.
And not be eligible for any further reductions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. And just for the record, I want to say as well, it has been an absolute pleasure working with Ms. Monique Drake and Katrina Jordan. I've just really appreciated their diligence and their professionalism as well. So I thank you.
All right. Very good.
Thank you, our pleasure. Our next case is on page 7 for the property located at 2009 Southeast 24th Avenue. Case number CE 22031315, owner Nakamal LLC. This case has a total lien value of $3,200 and city direct cost of $446.82. This is requesting $1,600.
Okay. I recall this case well, and will probably remember for a long time that you stood outside Home Depot looking for an electrician.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My name is Vadim Barbarovich.
Okay.
I tried multiple times, calling multiple people, multiple companies. Nobody would even answer me back. So I said, the heck with it. I'm gonna go to Home Depot and see the first truck that I see with the electric company and give them a call. I called a whole bunch of companies. Nobody bothered to even call me back. At one point, I said, you know what? What's left? And I said, let me see if there's a supply store nearby. I went to the supply store. The guys laughed at me. After begging them to give me somebody, I finally found an electrician.
Okay. All right.
Did the best I could. So it did take a little bit of time. And that's why I was asking if we possibly get a reduction.
The city's requested $1,600 on this, which is a 50% reduction, which I think is reasonable. And I'm going to impose $1,600 to be paid within 60 days, 90 days.
I'll take care of it.
To be paid within 60 days, not paid within 60 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Our next case on page 8 for the property located at 2218 Northwest 5th Street. Owner CE190216869. Owner Reza Velez. This case has a total lien value of $14,025 and city direct cost of $1,087.95. And the city is in agreement with the applicant's offer for $4,000.
All right. Just for the record, speak into the microphone and state your name.
Reza Velez.
Okay, ma'am. This is a case that I did review the file. The amount that has been agreed upon is $4,000, which was the amount that you offered, and the city's requested that I accept that amount, and I am going to accept that amount, $4,000. Payable within 30 days sufficient? 60 days? 90 days?
Can we do 90? Yeah, because unfortunately I had to do modification and I came
Okay,
out.
I'm going to say payable within 90 days. But if not paid within 90 days, and there's no extension granted to the 90-day period, it will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 5 for the property located at 1140 Northwest 4th Avenue. Owner Maria Camacho. Case number CE13051877. This case has a total lien value of $14,000 and city direct cost of $1,220.74. And the city is requesting $7,000.
Good morning, Your Magistrate.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And your name is?
Natalia Legusha. I am representing Maria Camacho. She got tested positive, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, say again.
She got tested positive for COVID-19, unfortunately, and couldn't attend the hearing.
Okay, you're an attorney?
Yes, I have the power of attorney.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
have
like,
a power
I'm
of
not
attorney.
the power, I'm not an
And
attorney.
she lives in Maryland, and she has,
I'm
That's-
taking care of the property.
Positive for COVID. Okay, I remember this case. Well, here's the problem. The lien amount is $14,000. Administrative costs are $1,220 and change. But the applicant made an offer of less than that. I don't know if she intended it to be that amount plus the administrative cost. I also see from the notes that there were some discussions about an attempt to settle this. Were you involved in that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, let me look just a second in my notes, see if there's anything further. Maria Camacho. Is this investment property?
Yeah, it's like sometimes she has tenants, yeah.
Okay, as we have a lot of city's notes.
Can I bring into your attention that she spent over $10,000, to bring the property up to code?
Okay,
And I have copies.
Your Honor, if I could?
yes.
On this one, I think a little clarity would be important for Your Honor to understand. So this case previously was granted a lien reduction in 2016 with a prior owner. That owner did not pay the reduced amount, but conveniently quitclaimed the property to another individual. So that's why we're here, because again, it's a new owner.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it there. I think that's
Was the $7,000 the city request, was that the reduced amount?
the 7,000, yes, was the original reduced amount? I don't know. Staff is going to know that. But that's why we're asking only for 50% reduction, because the case was basically heard by Your Honor through a prior owner who ignored the reduction order and instead quitclaimed it
All right.
to another individual.
I saw that, and it was a little confusing, but I'm glad you clarified it. Thank you very much.
So I don't know how the applicant could have spent $10,000, the current applicant, because it was in compliance with the prior property owner.
We put new grass, we fixed the roof. I have copies of the receipts. Can I show it to you?
I'm sorry, say again.
I have copies of the receipts. We fixed the roof, we fixed the grass.
Yeah, there were numerous receipts
Yeah, I think so.
attached. This
Your Honor, what the Assistant City Attorney basically is stating that any improvements made by this property owner were
Mr.
made
Villa,
because they chose to make them.
our owner.
Correct. And any
Right.
improvements that the
Okay.
current owner chose had nothing to do with the actual, that was them doing that on their own. It had nothing to do with making the costs to address the violations, because the violations were in fact cured by the prior owner who went to lien reduction, who did not pay, and instead quitclaimed to the current owner
We have,
out of state.
we are not aware what the previous owner did. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, this lady lives in Maryland,
Yes.
and she, in an application, said it's not investment property. Do you know anything?
Well, now it's empty. Like she was going to come here, for the summer, but due to these circumstances.
Okay, let me see. $100. Sure. The previous owner was granted a lien reduction in 2016. And however, the fine amount was not.
Right, and so since they quitclaimed it, Your Honor,
Period.
they took
And so he
subject to
then-
the full, since the former property owner quitclaimed to the current property owner, they took subject to the full amount of the prior lien because the prior owner never paid.
It reverted. Okay.
Converted. Yes.
Okay, and here again, she made an offer less than the administrative cost. Do you have any authority to request an increase in the offer or make an increase in the offer? I'm putting
No,
you on
Your
the spot, I
Honor.
can tell by the look on your face, so. No? No, okay, all right.
We would
This
appreciate.
has quite a history, okay. Given the circumstances, I think the city's request is reasonable, so I'm going to grant the request for the reduction to $7,000, be payable within 30 days, 60 days sufficient,
Can we get like 60?
do 90?
Yeah, 90.
Okay, be payable within 90 days, okay? And if not paid within 90 days or any extension that's granted of that 90 days, it will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 3 for the property located at 746 Northwest 21st Terrace. Owner Ruby Hall. This case has, case number CE 171200643. This case has a total lien value of $98,850 and city direct cost of $1,781.21. And the city is requesting $28,755.
Okay, if you'll state your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Hope Calhoun. I am, actually, the property owner is Miss Ruby Hall. She's here in the back with her son. I've actually been retained by a nearby business owner to try to assist facilitate the settlement of this. As you know, Special Magistrate, based on the age, this is a pretty old case. You saw from the materials presented that Ms. Hall and her family have owned this property for some time, but due to some extenuating circumstances, they were unable to take care of the violations timely. They finally were able to do so. The business that retained me has done everything they can to help repair and bring the property into compliance. I think there were some communication issues before I got involved in terms of bringing the property, still hear me? Oh. Bringing the property into compliance and then getting it to this point today. The amount that we offered for settlement was the amount we were advised were administrative costs. So that's why that number that you see there in our offer is what it is. The number I'm hearing today is different than what we were told were administrative costs, but that's why we suggested that.
Okay, yeah, I see she offered administrative cost. The lien is just huge.
It is, and again, Ms. Hall and her son are here. They're unable to.
As I understand the file in your application, there's no written contract, but there are negotiations, and you're trying to put together a deal to sell the property.
So real estate is not my area of practice. Again, I know I've said it, but I just want to be very clear about what's happening and who's involved. The Hall family still owns the property. Again, Ms. Hall is in the back. My client owns a business nearby and is trying to assist and help. And if perhaps something is worked out, they may purchase it, but they're just trying to, part of it is just trying to help.
Okay.
So we do not have a contract for purchase right now.
Okay. The city's requesting $28,755.
Which is greater, I think, than the administrative cost that we were advised.
I'm sorry.
I just so that I'm clear, I believe that's over the administrative.
Okay, well, what's the status of the negotiations to sell the house?
I think they're kind of waiting for the outcome of this, to be honest.
Okay, all right. Make a deal. Attorney. Opinion on the house. Yeah, I do.
I will tell you, they tried hard to assist with getting things in order.
Okay, all right. Okay. Is there a mortgage on the property?
I don't think so. Is there a mortgage? No. There is not. Oh, there is a mortgage on the property, yes.
Oh, there is a mortgage on the property. Okay.
Yes.
You know the balance of the mortgage?
I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask them
Okay,
since they
all
weren't
right.
sworn. I'll come tell you. Two pieces of information. One I was just reminded of. So to answer your question, the amount of the mortgage is approximately $167,000. Also, I was just reminded that part of the reason we got to where we are is because the company that has retained me to assist, we were advised that if we pulled a demo permit, because the house will likely be demolished, that we would pay, again, the administrative costs associated with this proceeding today. So again, that explains why we offered what we offered.
So she bought the property in 2008. Okay, case number CE 17120643. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien amount, and I'm going to reduce the lien amount to $6,500. Okay. But she's going to need to sell the house probably to come up with that amount.
So the city's request was for $2,000, correct?
I'm sorry.
No, the city's request was for 28,000.
Yeah, the city's requested 28,000. Okay. I granted your motion and reduced it to 6,500. So now we've got to come up with a time frame to pay that amount. And I'm gathering and assuming that she's going to need to sell the house to come up with that amount.
Understood. Just so that, again, so I'm clear, part of the reason for the delay in getting everything into compliance was the way that we were advised to bring the property into compliance, and part of that was to pull a demolition permit. Again, we understood if we did that, that the request that we made would be supported. I heard a different number today when we got here of 28,000, which again is greater than we understood the administrative costs were. So I've heard what you said, Special Magistrate. I'm just trying to make sure we understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Well, the 28,000 is on the agenda.
Understood.
Okay. And has the demolition permit been pulled by the property
It has been
owner?
submitted.
Well, so it's been submitted, but it's not been obtained by the
Oh,
property?
it has been obtained, yes.
Okay.
Submitted and applied for and received, yes.
And so the property owner, not the people who are nodding their heads who don't have a contract?
They do not
on
have
the
a contract.
property. The property owner wants her property, her homestead property demolished?
Are you looking to her to answer?
Yeah, because I just find it a little.
She's
sketchy.
nodding.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Well, in the application, she said she didn't own any other property, but according to the property appraiser, she does own another piece of property. I don't know if that's relevant at this point, but. So, okay, so we got to come up with a time frame for payment. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say 90 days. If not paid within 90 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction. However, given the fact that she's negotiating a sale price and it might not be able to close within 90 days, you have the option to, if that is still the fact and you're still working on a closing, extend that 90-day period by a request, okay? So make sure you either close the property within 90 days or get an extension on the 90-day period by filing a request with the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 6 for the property located at 1329 Northeast First Avenue. Owner, Nikolai Kozma.
All right.
Case address CE 211-10092. This case has a total lien value of $21,400 and city direct cost of $878.99. And the city is requesting $6,420.
All right. Are you Mr. Kamsa?
Yes, I am, sir.
All
Nikolai
right.
Kamsa.
And you live in Kentucky.
I do.
And so you were an absentee landlord on this Broward County property, and you had a rogue tenant. I recall that, and let me look at my notes a little more. Is the tenant still in the property?
She is currently, we do have the
But have you
Proceedings
filed
are-
with the court to have her evicted?
evicted as well as sued for
Okay.
damages, yes.
Now, the application said this is not investment property.
No, sir, this was my home for the last 12, 13 years. When I bought the place, I retired, moved to Kentucky, but until I could collect my Social Security, I wanted to rent the house until I could
Okay.
collect, so.
Okay. Okay. Okay, anything you'd like to add?
No, just that we have followed up with the courts, as I had stated during the
All right.
previous hearings. I've made 4 trips down here, 4 hearings.
I just wonder why you couldn't have gotten some legal remedy earlier.
My attorney had told me before that in the beginning, because we've been working on this now since April of 2021 with the tenant, and he was telling me that there was a moratorium at the time. He said, your chances of getting an eviction are next to nothing. So I kept telling her, her own attorney had told her, and my attorney had told her to stop using
All
the
right.
property.
And
Except that your attorney should have known that the moratoria during COVID was only for non-payment of rent. There was never a moratorium on evictions for other reasons like this, or destruction of property, or, adverse possession. The only moratorium was just for non-payment of rent. This could have easily gone through the eviction process.
I was just acting on my attorney's advice, and
Right, well-
he did mention and had contacted her because she retained an attorney as well. And her own attorney had advised her, you cannot operate without the license. She finally came into compliance, which is why the lien now has stopped accruing. But this was all through her willful neglect and misconduct, and nothing that I could have resolved. Even the magistrate that heard the hearing said, you're in a tough spot. You're the homeowner, but you have no ability to remove the listing from the website, which Inspector Jolly had told her,
I
that's
understand
all
that,
you need to do to bring it in
But
compliance.
when a tenant is doing that, it seems to me that there's got to be some legal remedy, such as an injunction, to prohibit your tenant from doing that. I don't know, but just a thought. Anyway, you offered $200.
I just picked an arbitrary number, because I was not advised on an amount to put. Obviously, court counsel.
And the city's administrative costs are $878 and change. I can't go below that amount.
I understand.
Okay. And in fact, under the circumstances, the city's request looks reasonable. City's request is $6,420. Okay. You want to increase your offer?
Is it could I do 1,000 plus the administrative fees? This was all something that was beyond my control that I could not remedy in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, I'm going to reduce the amount to $2,500, okay? Payable is 60 days sufficient to make the payment?
Can we do 90 days? Because my intention is.
Okay, I'll do 90 days.
If the eviction
Not
goes
paid
through the
within
sale.
90 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Our next case is on page 1 for the property located at 415 Northeast 15th Street, owner Sebastian Garcia Destu. This case has a total lien value of $6,200 and city direct cost of $315.48. The city is requesting $3,100.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Sebastian Garcia Destugue.
Good morning, Nadia Carrera.
All right. Okay, I recall this case very well. I reviewed your entire file, and you were the tenant in the property, okay? And you decided to list it on, to rent it out, rent out the property that you were leasing, or not rent out, but do a vacation rental on the property that you were leasing. And you realized were not familiar with the process, so you hired this gentleman finally to, no, another case? Okay.
May I provide you with no, close enough, but she didn't hire me. I am the property owner.
Okay, well.
I'm the property owner, she was my tenant.
Okay,
Everything you said, everything else you said, it's correct.
all right, okay, well,
And I can provide you a brief summary if that helps.
all right, okay. Okay, well, tell me why you think this lien should be reduced from $6,200.
The straight, quick answer is that once we learned about everything that we needed to do in the property, that she needed to do in the property, then we delisted the property as a vacation rental before the initial hearing, okay? And we thought that by delisting the property, then the citation was going to go away because we informed Gabriel Colon that the property was not listed as a vacation rental any longer.
Okay, you also said that the city sent you an email saying the case was closed.
Well, so that's the key point of our confusion. We thought that by delisting the property, and yes, we received on May 4th an email from Gabriel Colon letting us know that the property was not listed as a vacation rental any longer. We thought that that situation, that acknowledgement that was before the citation, that removed the citation or erased the citation, if it makes any sense.
Well, yeah, at that point, but fines had accrued by that point.
Well, we had the hearing on May 6th.
Hang on, there's a special, the inspector's notes, compliance officer's notes of 5/9/22. So the property was searched, all active listings were removed, but fines had accrued before you did that.
I don't disagree with that. This was a pretty steep learning curve for us both. For her, as listing the property as a vacation rental, she actually did a bunch of work to bring into compliance. And then she learned, and she can provide all the details if you want, of course. Then she learned that when she received the checklist of the inspection, then she learned that the requirements were more stringent and required a larger investment than what we had done. So at that point, she decided to delist the property. And she negotiated with me.
Okay. Well, the problem was she was leasing it or advertising it when she didn't have all the proper paperwork in order.
We don't disagree with that. We thought that Airbnb was enough, to be honest. We thought about only the tax side. We didn't think about this. So that's I'm the ultimate responsible for all this because I'm the property owner. But it was lack of knowledge. It wasn't ill intention.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. You speak right in the microphone, though.
Yes.
You can adjust it.
Yes. So as soon as I received the letter that I have to request have to have the permit. First, I received the letter late because it was sent to the owner and he wasn't here, and that the house was posed and it was lost. So as soon as I got the letter, I run to apply for everything, and I start sending all the documentations, and I start sending everything. But the last step was the inspection, and when I received the list of the inspection, I need to make an investment, which I didn't have the money to do. It looks like a lot of work and stuff. I wasn't in a position to do all that kind of stuff. So I told my landlord, I need to cancel lease. I'm gonna cancel everything, and I informed the city of Florida that I'm not gonna longer proceed with that. But that time, yes, I didn't cancel the listing because I was doing everything and I was sending everything and I provide everything. to comply. But the last step, I said, oh no, this is too much. This is so complicated. I can't handle economically, emotionally, a lot of stuff. So I decided so I asked, what else do I need to do in order to, because I didn't want to put him in any trouble since I was, the tenant. I didn't want to get my landlord in trouble. So when I received the email saying, your case is closed, I informed him, you don't have nothing, there's nothing else to do, the case is closed. It honestly was my mistake, because if I came and he came by that time, and maybe we provide all and proof that we cancel and everything what we were actually doing, it was a different scenario, but it wasn't like that. I honestly was my lack of information. And I have to say, I mean, he trusts me that I was doing the things correctly. And I try to do things correctly. Actually, it's the first time I'm in a court. So, and that's why I asked for the lien reduction. I invest some money in the house, which I lose everything. By the time I didn't earn any money. I had to buy it and I have to get rid of everything because I have to make sure for him not to lose money with me to find a new tenant as fast as possible. So at the end, I tried for him not to lose money, for me not to, and I tried to comply with the city, much. So that's why we're asking for the lien reduction, just to, learn the lesson, not doing this again. But just, if you can help us to reduce the amount. That's what I actually.
Okay. Anything further you want to add?
No, I think, we had a little bit of bad luck as well because I was out of the country when the letter first came. Okay. We did the work, we started to do the work to bring the property into compliance. Okay. And then the key point was that when we contrasted the information that she got from the web on what were the requirements to run a vacation rental, when we compare that to the checklist for the inspection, because we were almost ready to schedule an inspection, then the detail of the checklist of the inspection provided more nuances than what was published on the web, and that was made her decide not to continue with the rental property.
Okay.
It was I saw a big.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's case number CE 22030957. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien. I'm going to reduce the lien to $1,000. Okay, and 60 days sufficient to pay that? Okay, if not paid within 60 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 3 for the property located at 814 Northeast 14th Court. Owner Fernanda Day. Case number CE 22030286 has a total lien value of $6,600 and city direct cost of $499.48, and the city is requesting $3,300.
Okay, state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Alex Karamanoglu. I'm a friend of.
Okay, I recall this case. I reviewed the file, reviewed your application. Anything you'd like to add?
It was
So
just.
why you think this lien should be reduced?
We're requesting it
notes.
reduced because of her inexperience. I'm her friend. I'm just here because she's traveling and not able to attend herself. She's got a full-time job, and this was just her attempt to complement her income. And she just took longer than she should have to turn off the listing, or remove the listing, which is why the listings, the fees started to accrue. We have been working with Inspector Oates, and he's coming, I think, over next week. The last thing we're missing is the fire extinguishers, smoke detectors. And after that's done, then we will receive, or she will receive, the license. So we've been working on going through the process of helping her
Okay,
do that.
all right. Okay, I do recall this file as, okay, to CE 22030286. I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the amount of the lien. I think the city's recommendation is reasonable, so I'm going to reduce the lien to $3,300, payable within, is it 90 days?
Yeah, I recall though the request was to reduce it a bit lower, wasn't it, to administrative fees?
I mean, no, I think the city's recommendation is reasonable in light of all the facts of the
Okay.
case. So now we need to know how long you need to pay it.
90 days, please.
90 days? Okay. If not payable within not paid within 90 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Understand.
Thank
Could you remind me
You'll
of
get
the
a
amount?
order in the mail.
Okay, could you remind me of the amount, please?
I'm sorry,
The amount?
$3,300.
$3,300.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 6. The property located at 1841 Northwest 26th Avenue. Owner, Estate of Luis Francis Hill, also known as Louis Francis Hill. Case number CE 21030858. This case has a total lien value of $34,500 and a city direct cost of $1,047.02. And the city is requesting $8,625.
All right, okay. Who's, both of you going to speak? You state your names for the record.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Brown.
Okay. And ma'am?
My name is Marquita Cardi Jenkins. I'm the broker for Ms. Brown.
Okay.
I'm just here to accommodate her today.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. So the property has been sold, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me get my notes here. Okay, so the property was sold on May 3rd, 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. You happen to have with you a copy of the closing statement, the closing documents?
We do not have it at hand, but we did forward it over to Mrs. Drake.
I'm sorry, say again?
We don't have the document in hand, but we did forward it to Ms. Drake.
Okay. Okay. Okay, because I didn't see it in the file. Okay. All right, okay, good. $92,000. Okay, so this was, the lien got up to $34,500.
The second page of it, have them paper clipped together. Yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. Got it, thank you. Okay, anything else you'd like to add? The lien's got to be pretty substantial, $34,500. You offered less than administrative costs, but you got amounts in a trust account. So, anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. We were not aware of the administrative liens, but of course, we understand that the courts must be paid for your services.
Okay.
As far as the liens on the property, when Ms. Brown hired me, she found out about the liens at a later date. After her father expired, her brother moved into the property within a year after, which he had some challenges. And from that point on, people were storing things on the property. So when the property went into probate, she contacted myself. And that's when I discovered about the liens, and she told me that she had been in contact with a gentleman here at the city to help her along the way, to tell her what needed to be repaired.
All right, thank you. Okay, case number CE 21030858. I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the lien amount and reduce the lien amount to $8,625, payable within 30 days. Not payable within 30 days will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 4 for the property located at 1108 Arizona Avenue. I'm sorry.
Is it possible to send the documentation to Mrs. Brown's address because there's a new buyer in the property now? Thank you.
1108 Arizona Avenue, property owner Henson Louis June and Altony Joseph.
Good afternoon.
The case number CE 1909067 has a total lien value of $123,200 and city direct cost of $1,646.08. The city is requesting $24,640.
All right, I recall this case. The owner lives in Kansas City.
Yes, sir.
State your name, please, ma'am.
Alternate Joseph Louis June.
Okay, and are you one of the owners?
Yes.
Okay. Well, property was out of compliance for 788 days. Okay, property is $300,000. Oh, so do you live in Kansas City?
Yes, my husband and I moved to Kansas City prior, and then we put the house for rent with a tenant with Section 8.
Yeah, you had a
Yeah, and they
tenant
destroyed
also.
the house.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned the COVID-19 restrictions and the time limit that it took you to understand that
Yes,
during
so-
COVID, the fines were stayed.
So I'm a nurse. During the COVID, there was the shortage of nurses, so I've been working a lot and many days. We were not aware there was a citation in the house, plus there was no tenant due to the fact that the house was renting by Section 8. Once we find out about the citation, we get on it right away. As of right now, I am not working. I just have a newborn baby through IVF, which I had to fleet it on my fund trying to get a child. And now the leftover finance I have, I had to use it to fix all the lien, citation that was on the house. And I had to fly here with my baby just to see if I can get this under control.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Well, are you continuing to rent this house out?
No, the house has been vacant since January. I've been working with a cousin who's here trying to get contractor permitted contractor to get everything fixed and get it under whatever the city wanted us to do. So it's been vacant. So since then, we've been paying the mortgage and having a new baby and not working. So it's been a lot right now. So I can't afford to pay this.
Are you planning on selling the house?
No, we're trying to move back home due to the fact that the entire family is here and we just got a baby. We kind of need the help so I can try to go back to work. So we're trying to move back.
Okay. This Arizona Avenue. Okay, ma'am. Okay, case CE 1909067. I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the lien amount from $123,200. Well, the city's request is $24,600. But you're not planning to sell the house?
Not planning to sell, and we're trying to move back home, and I'm not working right now.
Okay, all right. Okay, ma'am, I'm going to reduce the total amount of the lien to $3,646.08. Okay, can you pay that within 60 days?
Can you give me 90 days? Because
I'll give you 90 days. If not paid within 90 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Yes, sir. You said 3,000?
Yeah, $3,646.08.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6 for the property located at 1510 Northeast 57th Court. Owner, Bertona LLC. Case number CE 22030532 has a total lien value of $6,000. City direct cost of $400.82. City's requesting $4,000. I'm sorry, no, we're not. City's requesting $3,000.
Okay, I remember this case well. I reviewed your application, reviewed the file. Anything you'd like to add?
Good afternoon. Name's Jason Clark. I would just like to add that the moment in which I became aware of the matter, the property was removed from any online listing portals. There's no excuse. I was dealing with my mother was extremely ill. I was in California. I got word, I came back and addressed the issue. I'm extremely apologetic. It's in compliance now and has been. I would be greatly appreciated if it could be reduced a little more.
Okay, yeah.
It will not happen again, and I'm not going to give excuses, but I'm sincere.
Okay, all right. Case number CE 22030532. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien from $6,000. I'm going to accept the city's request that the lien be reduced to $3,000. Pay that within 30 days, 60 days?
60.
Okay. Payable within 60 days. Not paid within 60 days will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 2 for the property located at 700 Northwest 11th Avenue. Owner, Jesse B. Freeman Estate. Case number CE 1908210. This case has a total lien value of $59,350. City direct cost of $1,370.08. And the city is in agreement with the applicant's offer for $7,000.
All right, just state your name for the record, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Attorney William Trico.
All right, I've reviewed the file and say that you made an offer of $7,000. The city has requested that I accept that offer. Based on a review of the file, I think that's reasonable, and I am going to accept that offer and payable and reduce the lien to $7,000. Payable within
30 days would be more than fine.
Payable within 30 days, not paid within 30 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. Thank you, sir.
Good day to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page. No, it's not on page 5. It's on page 9 for the property located at 2340 Northwest 15th Street. Owner Sammy Nelson and Courtney McNair. Case number CE161000011. Case has a totaling value of $137,060 and city direct cost of $2,197. The city is requesting $27,412.
Okay, state your names for the record, please.
Sammy Nelson.
All right, and your name, ma'am?
Good afternoon, Honorable Magistrate and Body, Jocelyn Jackson.
Okay. Yeah, well, I recall this case and was a little puzzled. You inherited this house, this property, and the property's vacant, correct? Nobody lives in it, no, it's not rented out, is that correct?
But my cousin who's on the property, he stays there.
Okay, well, what are you gonna do with the property?
Well, right now, Your Honor.
Speak right into the microphone if you can adjust it, pull it.
Okay. Right, yeah. You can hear me now?
Yes, better.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, right now, as he say, our cousin, family member is living in the property right now. So, we looking to do a little bit more adjustments to the property. So, as far as in discussion, we have not made a decision if we're gonna continue to move forward as it being a primary at this moment. So it's in a family discussion. But as you can see, it's a lot of rehab has been done for the property. Property been in disparity over 20 years.
Well, another thing. Okay, yeah, I'm not clear as to what you intend to do with the property.
Right now, the property is being lived in as a primary at this time.
Okay,
So we have we have been in discussion as future, what may happen in the future. But at this present time, it's used as a primary residence.
have you investigated how much this property's worth?
Well, unfortunately, as we all know, the market is right now at a standstill. Previous, it was at a high element in the state of Florida, as we have people that's moving into the state of Florida because from all the development. But in comparables in the area, it's a 2-2 home. So it's a 2-2. So comparables of the housing market could be anywhere from 200,000 to 250.
I'm sorry, how much do you think it's worth?
Probably about 250,000.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, you got $137,000 in liens on the property.
Yes, sir. And those was encumbered before.
And, you know, is there a mortgage on the property?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I do apologize, Magistrate. This is similar to the prior case that you spoke about before. This property was inherited already with the violations.
Okay. Well, you offered less than the administrative cost, and I can't do that. The city's requested $27,412.
And I do apologize, Magistrate, with the administrative fees. I wasn't quite clear what was the amount of the administration fees.
Okay, but I'm unclear, and maybe you explained it to me, but I'm sorry, I'm unclear. Are you going to sell this house?
So, Your Honor, what they said is that currently their cousin lives on the property.
Yeah.
and they're in a family discussion as to what they're going to do in the future. So they haven't quite decided yet.
Okay.
It's requiring a family discussion.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
all right.
Thank you.
very much.
Very well.
Okay.
And Your
so-
Honor, is also, as you can see, it was out of compliance for quite a number of days. So clearly, the violation was incurred by the now deceased family member.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Glad you, okay. Okay. Well, you got no mortgage on the property.
That's correct.
Okay.
But we have invested a lot of monies, brought the taxes, excuse me, brought the taxes forth. It was behind in taxes. And as I mentioned before, if you look at this property from 20 years until now, you'll see
Okay.
the modifications that had been brought forth.
Okay. All right. Well, you've got a lot of stuff up in the air, but I'm going to give you some certainty and let's deal with the lien. Case number CE 161000011. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien. Going to reduce the lien to $13,700. Okay. I'm going to, for right now, say 180 days to pay. Okay. I'm assuming somebody's going to have to step in and deal with all of this, you know. You've got some decisions to make, but that's in the family. So I'm going to say 180 days. That can be extended depending on what's going on. But that's the amount and the time frame. If not paid within 180 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay, you said it was
Okay.
Okay. Magistrate,
That's
you said
10% of the lien.
Oh, 10% of the lien.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Who's left? And I think
Our
we
next case is on page 1
Okay.
for the property located at 418 East Evanston Circle. Owner, DeJacque Mardelis. Case number CE 17081189. This case has a total lien value of $24,300 and city direct cost of $2,981.53. The city is requesting $7,290.
Okay, I recall this case did the property sell? It was under contract to close in April? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Did it sell?
I try.
All right, we have copies of the closing papers. Okay. I see you.
No, not yet.
Your Honor, he has not sold the property.
I'm sorry?
He has not sold the property yet.
Not sold the property?
No, not yet. I no sell it yet.
Ah.
I try sell it. I got lien. That's why I come in for tell him question why.
Oh, I saw the
house.
contract.
Yeah, but it hasn't
Okay.
sold yet, no.
Has not sold yet.
No.
Okay. It was scheduled to sell in April.
Yes.
Is the contract still alive? Is that buyer still standing by, waiting to buy the property?
No, that's why I got this problem. I try sell it my house. When I try sell it my house, title company say I got lien my house. I say, what's kind of lien? He say, because me never do landscaping. I do landscaping 2021, October 2001. I come in ahead, you say, judge say, okay, I come in, transfer inspector come in my house to make sure everything okay. He's coming. Just he leaving everything on. That's why problem I got it when I try sell it my house, expect I leaving everything on. That's why problem I got for sell it my house.
Okay.
Because everything okay.
What is your name?
Elise de Jacquemart.
Okay.
I spent almost 7,000 for put landscaping, everything. I don't know.
Are you still trying to sell the house to someone else?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is it listed with a realtor?
No.
You're just trying to sell it yourself?
I try sell it myself.
Okay. Let me Okay. One question I had was, okay, and you're living in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so hang on, I know I've got a sheet here that I'm missing. Let me see the file on this. Okay, the city's information right there. Okay, all right. Owner. Okay. Okay. All right, the city has, so you've got substantial equity in the property. City's requested $7,290 as a reduction amount on the lien. That's, which is a reduction from $24,300. So in this case, I'm going to grant your request for reduction and accept the city's offer of $7,290. Now, I'm assuming you're going to have to sell the house before you pay that, correct?
Say it again?
Okay. The lien reduced amount is $7,290, okay? I'm assuming you're going to have to sell the house to have that much money, right?
I don't make nothing money. I don't want this problem in bank. That's why I try sell it my house. When I try sell it my house, when I look in the title company, say I got lien my house. I say lien for what? He say city put lien. I say for what? Because you tell me do less skipping, I do everything okay. After that, city still living paper on.
But you're going to have to sell the house to have that amount of money, correct?
Yeah, I don't make nothing money. I don't want messed up my credit. I try sell it. I don't make money. I try sell it.
Okay.
Sure. So I think the magistrate's trying to give you sufficient time to pay, so it doesn't revert back to the original amount. So if you want to pay the $7,000 in 90 days, that would be fine. But the magistrate can give you more time, like he has some of the other property owners, like 180 days to try to sell the property. And then what would happen is that $7,000 would basically pay out at closing in terms of however, whatever arrangement you make with the buyers.
Yes, he emailed me application, my email. I really fill application, I put 3,000. Why you put 7,000? I really email me application, I fill application, all application, I fill everything. I put it 3,000. Why just say 7,000?
That's the magistrate's ruling.
Because I really email 3,000. Can't say 7,000.
That's what you offered. I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah, because I really fill application, my email, I put 3,000.
Well,
I don't know what's going to put the 7,000.
There were 2,900. I'm not going to argue with you, okay?
Yeah.
How long do you need to pay $7,290?
Say it again?
How
How
long?
long?
How long?
How long do you need to
Okay, I
pay?
try sell at my house. Give me time. I sell at my house. Give me 90 days.
90, he said 90 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
If not paid within 90 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not
No,
be eligible for any further reduction.
You-
Okay? If you need an extension on that 90 days because there's a closing set or coming, we can extend that amount, but you have to ask for that extension.
Okay, this no problem. You want me to close in title company, hold it 7,000 for you, no problem.
I'm not sure. So what he's saying is.
Yes, I know. I'm understand what you
Okay,
say.
so if you need more time, right, if you get a contract, but you're not
Yeah, I got
closing
contract.
within the 90
I got
days.
contract.
Just contract administration,
Yeah.
and we can give you more time so it doesn't go back to the original amount.
Yeah, try put everything on for me. After that, maybe this month I do closing. This month I do closing.
Okay,
Okay,
that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
You say 7,000, that's correct?
7,290.
7,280.
Yeah, you'll get a written order
Get
in
the
the
written
mail.
order.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
all right. Okay, I see we have some folks here.
our next case is on page 8 for the property located at 2300 Northwest 14th Street. Owner Stephanie Jazari, case number CE21080836. This case has a total lien value of $8,500 and city direct cost of $322.14. And the city is requesting $322.14.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Stephanie Jazari Billy.
Okay, this is a case where you made an offer for administrative cost,
Yes, Your Honor.
and the city has recommended that I accept the administrative cost, and I'm going to do that.
Thank you.
Is 30 days sufficient to pay that?
Yes.
Okay, payable within 30 days. Not paid within 30 days, revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I make the payment today?
The
Here?
earliest you can make the payment is tomorrow, but Monique will get in touch with you later on today or tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Have a wonderful day.
Okay, thank you.
We're recalling the case on page 6, Your Honor, as the property owner stated she needed further time to pay. Please step back up to the microphone to request what time you
Okay,
need.
which? The last one, okay. Okay, all right. Okay, I heard this case, and I followed the city's request for $8,625. Is that right?
Yes, they're
Right.
asking for an extension of time.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I imposed.
$8,625. And they're asking for more time.
I'm sorry?
They're asking for more time.
They're asking for more than 30 days.
$8,625.
Okay, you seem very distressed over that amount.
Yes.
Okay. Well, hang on, this was 34,000. Okay. All right. State of Lewis Hill, there's a new owner, probably the closing documents. All right, I'm going to revise my prior ruling. Okay. And I'm going to impose, I'm going to make it $4,500 payable within 90 days, 120 days.
120 days.
$4,500 payable within 120 days.
That's much better because
Okay,
it's probate.
thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Okay. All right.
This concludes the special magistrate lien reduction agenda for July 12,
Okay.
2022.
Adjourned.